tiro marranzé, une trace des pieds fines quittés. Quand il s'ablit aux aigrettes, la voix résonne dans la tête. Hello. Montagne dressée comme un lion, kilo tranquille dans la gonde. Dans nos rêves de dos envolés, la faille a déroulé l'eau pyro. Et ça nous la sens, nous qui prend naissance, nous mélange tous nos sens, nous la terre nos confiances. La musique de la mer, la musique île Maurice, la chanson de nos pères, aussi mais la route s'épice, la musique d'aller guerre, l'océan Indien, nous tous l'on même la terre, mais nous fait nous Mauriciens. Qui est s'accouillé d'un coup de vent, de qui a tremblé en rafale, qui roque dérivé au canal, Tannen la voix fait crier. Et ça nous la sens, nous qui prend naissance, nous mélange tous nos sens, nous la terre nos confiances. La musique de la mer, la musique île Maurice, la chanson de nos pères, aussi mais la route s'épice, la musique d'aller guerre, l'océan Indien, nous tous l'on même la terre, mais nous fiers nous Mauriciens. Nous fiers nous Mauriciens. Arrangé, le sable chaud sous mes pieds, danser sur l'île aux aigrettes, crier ma joie à tue-tête, hello. De la montagne du lion à l'eau bleutée des lagons, rêver au vol du dodo, la fiesta sur un bateau. Mélange d'essence, les ombres, les essences, osmose de tous les sens. En ma terre j'ai confiance. La musique de la mer, la musique de Maurice, la chanson de nos pères, au pays des évices. Nager avec les dauphins, le flic en flaque à tamarin. C'est gars toute la nuit, le bord de mer toute la nuit. Hello. Dormir avec les volcans et vivre au rythme du vent. Les cocotiers, les coraux, le soleil à fleur de peau. Mélange d'essence, les ombres, les essences, osmose de tous les sens. En ma terre j'ai confiance. La musique de la mer, la musique de Maurice, la chanson de nos pères, au pays des épices. La musique de la mer, de l'océan Indien, la chanson de nos frères, les chants des Mauriciens. Nous fiers, nous Mauriciens.
Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel. I hope you enjoyed that little special segment actually at the start of the stream, something a little different to the usual ways in which we start the streams here. But I wanted to show you guys that as the boarding video from Air Mauritius, and it kind of highlights, it's quite nice, it kind of highlights quite a lot of features around the island, and similarly shows you guys where I've been over the last couple of weeks as well. So very warm welcome to you all. We're in South Africa here in Microsoft Flight Simulator today for a journey on the Headwind Simulations A330-900 and this wonderful Air Mauritius livery. It's a real world route operated by Air Mauritius, headed out of Johannesburg to Port Louis, or well, it's classed as Port Louis, but actually it's not. It's in a completely different part of the island, in fact. But yeah, we're off to Sir Siwusiga Ramgoolen International Airport in Mauritius. This is the Gaffer Simulations Joburg, and it's available various outlets like InnyBuilds. We've got a fair few flying along today as well on the VATSIM network. We're tracking the flight with New Sky, our virtual airline client. So loads of people flying along. We're transporting people around that kind of digital world. Not BXNO, welcome to you. Thanks for giving us some ATC. Really appreciate that. Very warm welcome to all of our channel members as well watching. David Bartley, Badger. Hello guys. MPS Gaming, g'day. Rab, Lazaros, Kalispera. Zato, Aaron, Carlito, welcome. Ian, g'day to you. Mike, welcome. And Safira, my goodness, that long, eh? Member for 28 months. Massive thank you to your ongoing support there. I can't believe we've had the channel going that long. That's insane, isn't it? It's pretty cool. Really appreciate all the support there. But I'm very well, thank you, Sathira. I hope you're well as well. It's been a while indeed. Massive simulation, g'day to you as well. Over in Australia, I think, from memory, isn't it? And everybody else, wherever you are in the world, I hope you're looking forward to today's live stream. A little different to usual, and it's a bit longer than usual as well. It's about 3 hour 30 minutes flight time today, and it's going to be a block time of about 4 hours roughly, actually. In fact, we'll do a bit of boarding just to see what the latest is with GSX working with Headwind and their freeware A330. And that's a good question. Race is asking, what scenery are we using for Mauritius? So there are a couple of options. There's the FSDG Mauritius pack, which I was going to purchase. It's 30 euros, which is pretty steep, isn't it? But the whole island has got improved photogrammetry and a few other bits from what we've seen. So
do you want to board crew?
I was going to use that, and then I figured, in fact, there's a freeware Mauritius Airport and a freeware improvement mod for the photogrammetry of the island as well. So I thought, you know what, that's free, it doesn't cost anything, let's see what that looks like. So we're doing that, we're using those today, and the link is in the description for the freeware items as well, so you guys can have a little look. I haven't seen what it looks like particularly, except for a very brief spawn in at Mauritius airport to get the thumbnail for today. And we'll do a little bit of boarding. It's a little bit messy, isn't it, with the jetties there, but this is a work in progress preview build of a future update to the Headwind Simulation's A330. Little things have changed, certainly in the flight deck. We'll be having a look at a few different features there and exploring it and seeing how it all works throughout the flight. But yeah, big pre-note, it is a work in progress cockpit texture revamp. A number of buttons, dials and things aren't working in this version that we're using today, but it's to show you guys via the folks at Headwind the progress that they are making behind the scenes at this really nice bit of freeware that's been out for a little while now, hasn't it? So, without further ado, let's dive in and have our first look in the flight deck. You guys, I'll have to leave you guys to actually point out some of the changes here that you might notice. Certainly those of you who are seasoned A330neo pilots in the sim with Headwind, you might spot stuff really quickly. Certainly might spot things that I haven't spotted. So do point them out as we go, and we'll see what we can point out and see what changes have been made. But firstly, it's worth pointing out the throttle, because it is a cockpit texture revamp and they're rebuilding the cockpit and the textures with it. The throttle, that's our idle position for the throttle at the moment. So it looks a little bit weird, it looks a bit different, but you can hear the clicks are in a different detent position. So that's fine, we'll just have to leave it like that. That is calibrated to idle, and that's as far back as it goes. If we then go to reverse thrust, you can see it then moves all the way back, full range of motion to the 0 there as well. But work in progress still, so it's going to look a little weird. But yeah, the throttle looks different. That's one of the changes that they're working on. So lots of changes to be made there with this. And also the engine mode selector switches down here, slightly different with the ignition mode norm and MCDU3. Very exciting. And it works. So we've got MCDU 1, 2, and then the third one as well. Really funky. So that's our route today. Out of Tambo to Mauritius. We're flying Air Mauritius 852 with 358 passengers on board. Initially cruising at flight level 390, and then we'll step up to 410. We're going to depart on the Xobi 1 Alpha departure, and we've got some ATC online. Thank you to the Sub-Sahara Africa division of VATSIM. We've got tower, approach and centre online, which is really cool. Really appreciate that, guys. Klaus asking, does the Johannesburg scenery from Gaffer have an interior? Before we push back, don't let me forget folks, we'll have a little look, but we'll focus on this for now. It's MCDU3, we've got the printer here. That looks a bit different, doesn't it? I don't remember that being there beforehand. And somebody's pointed out in the live chat the landing gear extender. That one. Clock looks a bit different as well, doesn't it, I think? And they're revamping these as well. So these don't work, the lighting switches here. But they're being tweaked and added in. What else have we got? We've got the tablet. Good old tablet that we've been used to for a little while now. Working pretty nicely still. And this side hasn't been done properly yet, so it's still a work in progress. So we've got reverse textures up here and missing dials and things. We can't increase the lights, the background lighting of those, but you get the gist. Landing gear gravity extension there. That's different, isn't it? From memory. It's been a long time since I was in the A330, so hopefully I'm not pointing out things that are the same. If we got the lighting switches up here. Oh yes, you know what's worth pointing out as well actually. So this was a bit more of a quote-unquote bastardized switch, wasn't it, beforehand, with the single light. But now they've revamped the textures of that and made that look a little bit neater and nicer. And yeah, the video switch, Nick, good spot there as well. Let's have a little look down here. There it is. So again, it doesn't do anything just yet. Might do in the future, who knows? Let's lock the flight deck door. So in the main, everything else is kind of as expected. with the A330, and some really nice tweaks, progress from the team so far. Throughout the flight today, I'm going to be checking in with one of the developers if they're online, just to kind of have a little look to see if there's anything else that we can kind of talk about or mention during the stream today, because I don't want to miss bits out. Right, where are we? So, charts. Yeah, the overhead panel's still mainly A320, but don't forget it's Airbus, so it's fairly similar in the way it all kind of looks and works anyway. But the A330 does have a fairly unique looking overhead panel with some of the switches and dials, doesn't it? But yeah, the landing light is one of the main differences, and that is included. So out of Ortambo, we're at gate Alpha 1, a heavy stand. We're going to push start, and we're expecting 03 left, which is there. So a shortish taxi down Bravo to the whole point, and then we're going to run down the 4,421 metre long runway. My goodness. Heading initially northbound, 101 degrees out to Exobi. Flight level 90 or above if cleared by ATC. So runway heading up to 5.5 DME, then right 101 degrees to 15 DME JSV. Then 126 to intercept the outbound radial from JSV of 101, which is that little grey line there, and that should then take us out to 50 DME, where we'll pass Exobi, and then we'll be on our way. Happy days. Our routing today is going to take us east over South Africa, and then we're going to head over Maputo, passing over the island of Madagascar. That's what I was trying to think of, and then over the Indian Ocean, passing over St. Pierre and La Réunion. Yeah, that's it, La Réunion Island. There we go, and then routing into the lovely island of Mauritius. Very excited to check this out for the first time. I wasn't too far up here actually, I was staying up here somewhere, this little kind of bit in this little covey area there. Quite windy actually. 4 years ago I was kind of more in this section of the island there. Much calmer, and the most stunning sunsets as well actually. So flight time 3 hours 30, as we mentioned, block time of about 4 hours. We're due to push in about 7 minutes from now. So let's tune into our ATC. We've got information Golf. QNH is 1019er. So we need to change that. Departing 03 left, transition level 90. So we'll pop that closed. Initial climbs to 9,000. And we're almost fully boarded actually, that's pretty neat. Let's have a look while I remember actually. Oh, there's a United, crikey. Someone was asking about an interior. It looks like there is, look. Because we can see all the way through to a Kenya static. And then we pop inside, there you go. Look at that. Yeah, transition altitude is 8,000, but the transition level is 9. If that makes sense. I was just reading the ATIS out, effectively. But the transition level is more for arriving traffic. At Privacy Gap, by the way, is the A330-900 that very often visits London Heathrow. There she is. And that can be our first screenshot of today. We've also got, with the Luke Air tool, I've downloaded the safety demonstration for Air Mauritius, and we'll be playing that on the taxi out.
That you give them your full undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business.
Wonder what the heck now. I forgot about that. Okay, so tower 118.1. What have we got here? Let's see.
Kenya 4114, standby, calling back with clearance number 1.
For Tambo Tower, good morning or good afternoon, Mauritius 852, Airbus A330-900 on stand Alpha 1 with Golf QNH 1019, a request clearance to Mauritius.
Lima Foxtrot 2045 radio check.
Lima Foxtrot 2045 radio check.
Wait for our clearance. If you enjoyed today's live stream, don't forget to hit the like button.
Mauritius 852, stand by for clearance. I'll call you back to number 2.
Roger.
Kenya 4114, you are clear to destination aside. Flight level 390 on request. After departure, runway 03 left. Comply with the XOV1 Alpha departure. Initial climb, flight level 90. Departure frequency with Johannesburg approach, frequency 124.500. And your squawk today will be 7315.
This is the first ever Cockpit revamp, the first work in progress Cockpit revamp preview 0.1 it is. They've kind of mentioned it. So they don't, Headwind have said they don't want to overhype this.
Correction, 90. Departure is 1245, squawk 7315.
But it packs exciting enhancements, immersive details, and improved
Kenya
realism. It says.
4114, repeat correct, call and pushing start.
We'll call pushing start, Kenya 4114.
Might get the tug.
Mauritius 852, ready to copy clearance.
Affirm Mauritius 852.
Mauritius 852, you are cleared to destination assigned. Flight level 410 on request. After departure, runway 03 left. Comply with the XOV1 Alpha departure. Initial climb, flight level 90. Departure frequency with Johannesburg approach, frequency 124.500. And your squawk today will be 7325.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Cleared to Mauritius, runway 03 left, Xobi 1 Alpha departure, initial climb, flight level 90, departure frequency 124.5, and was it squawk 4732? Mauritius 852.
Squawk is 7325.
Departure checks completed.
Squawk 7325, thanks, Mauritius 852.
Mauritius 852, readback is correct. Call me when ready for push and start.
7325. Jolly good. We'll pop that on. Oops, pop that on automatic.
72, telling Holly Show Bravo, fully ready.
Oh, you know what we haven't done?
Cliff takeoff, runway 03 left.
Oh wait.
0 degrees at 1
Thankfully, this does kind of most of this for us. Jolly good. 18.3. We've got 27.5 though, because we have a big old diversion. So we have to carry extra fuel.
Tower
Taxi 0.3.
Request taxi.
Change that a little bit. So init A, init B, perf page. I don't think we have a takeoff performance.
598, taxi holding point Bravo, runway 03 left, via, and left turn on Foxtrot.
We've got a big old runway, so we go flaps 1.
And hold short of Bravo, so runway 03 left.
Taxi to holding point Bravo via.
Could do this in MCDU3 to be fair, couldn't we?
Alpha.
In fact, let's have a little look down here. So it's mirroring this. Jolly good. What's the QNH here? What's our altitude? 5.5. My goodness, that's high. 5.5, so 6. We'll go for 6.5.
Information about weather on board.
And we'll go for 6.5 as well. Transition altitude is 8,000, but it'll be then flight level 90 through the climb out, and we can then press the buttons because it uses the fly-by-wire A320X kind of systems as well to feed that in. Wicked.
Lima Foxtrot 2.
And I'm happy with that. That's all done. I've got no discontinuities until Xobi, so we will then clear that like so. Jolly good.
Lima Foxtrot 2045, please confirm for me your aircraft type, number of souls on board,
Seatbelt signs.
fuel in minutes, and your intentions.
AP start.
Lima Foxtrot 2045, okay, we wait.
Hello Alex, welcome to you. Gav, good evening buddy. No worries. I thought maybe it was slow-mo with the whiskies from yesterday. Rab, hello to you buddy. And Mikhail, welcome to you as well. Happy Sunday. Slocum 9, good afternoon. Just catching up on the live chat a little bit. Cythera there saying the video switching game isn't really that useful. It's fair enough. It's not something you really kind of need, is it, I guess? Flight control panel there is set, so we've got 9,000 there in managed mode. So is the altitude with the little yellow, the white dot, sorry. Constraint mode is active. We pop the VORs on, flight directors are on. APU is available. We'll come off external power. Checking for the rest of the overhead lighting.
Suffer 287, contact Johannesburg approach now, frequency 124.5 right.
Approach 124.5, good day,
Current 0, interesting. Let me just change this because we've got a slight issue with the GSX payload synchronization, so it didn't actually synchronize. Let's go instant.
Boarding completed.
Lovely stuff. There we go. So now actually we need to rerun the numbers, don't
Good
we?
afternoon, Osprey 2472 with you, Type 7 Airbus A330-900, requesting IFR to Mauritius from Stan Charlie 2 with information golf on board.
Just warning us takeoff speed's too low, because it is.
Osprey 2472.
Warning of disagree, so there's some nice warnings there, showing that that's all working quite good, and that's all set.
Check your mic for me and call me back.
Good job that was working, wasn't it?
On the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew.
So,
I'd like to take this
GSX,
time to
let's
welcome you
push.
aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here.
And Tower Mauritius 852, fully ready, request push and start.
Cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight.
Air Mauritius 852, push and start approved, facing east, QNH 1019.
Push start east, QNH 1019, Mauritius 852.
Release parking brakes, please.
Well, I'm not sure if it's going to push back the correct way actually now.
And 4114 is ready to go. Push and start.
Release parking brakes, please.
He said nose left, so it suggests that's incorrect, but it's a custom profile. Alright, we're about to find out.
4114, push and start approved, facing east, QNH 1019.
QNH
So,
1019,
ignition mode starts, perhaps the FADEX.
4114.
Engine start selector to 2. Nose looks like it's starting to move in the correct direction anyway. FAOR, lovely. That's another real world operator actually of this particular route from here. Come on, keep turning. Lovely job. Let's get rid of the music for now. So,
Tambo Tower, Osprey 2472, radio check.
So this is the first stage of the kind of revamp that they're working on with a work in progress. New cockpit textures for the Headwind A330. The third MCDU, we've already had a little look at the cockpit panels, and they've added the more knobs and the buttons there that they haven't yet got animated and working, but they're in situ
Tower,
ready.
2472, that's my mic fully turned up and it's coming through really loud on the stream as well. But anyway, I'll request my IFR clearance to Mauritius, please.
I think it may be too loud.
Osprey 2472, you are clear to Mauritius flight.
The second stage is
level.
going to have, in answer to one of the questions in the live chat a moment ago actually, asking are they going to do the overhead panel? Yes.
On request. After departure, runway
They're going to rework the overhead panel in the second
phase. Initial time flight level 90.
And they've also reworked the
Johannesburg
walls.
approach frequency 124.500, and your squawk today will be 7332.
and the circuit breaker panel.
Okay, clear the destination followed by the XOB 1 Alpha departure runway 03 left, initial climb to 9,000 feet, squawk 7332 and contact departures on 124.50 for Osprey 2472.
Let's tune this. What have we got? So,
Osprey 2472 reverse correct, call me when ready for push and start.
okay, so part brake is set, but the animation's not there yet. That's fine. It's a little confusing for me. Where I've got that wrong a little bit. What was I doing? Engine start 1.
Unlocking gear.
I was going to pre-tune the departure frequency 1245.
Lima Foxtrot 2045. Say again.
Yeah, your mic's incredibly loud.
Bypass has been removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
How many are we waiting?
Okay, let's start the safety demo. Maybe turn it down a little bit, Ian. That might work.
Tower, respect 508, at holding point Bravo for takeoff.
Welcome on board.
Runway 03 left.
Let's go flaps 1, I think that's flaps 1. It is
runway
probably
03 left, surface wind 020 degrees, 1.5 knots.
Let us all contribute to
Lovely
make
stuff.
this a safe flight.
Clear for
Pay
takeoff,
attention
respect
to the
508,
safety briefing.
03 left.
Do you like the
Your
animations
hand
of
luggage
this?
must be stowed safely.
Fully right. Let's look at the systems as we do this though.
Contact approach, frequency 124.500.
Fully right. Back to centre.
When the sign is on,
Respect 508, contact
protect your seat.
approach
All the way rear on the
104,
elevators.
dismount
All the way
5.
forwards, down
it is
here.
fastened like this.
Back to neutral,
Thank you for
and we'll
the
check the
service.
rudders.
Like this.
Fully right. Back to neutral. Fully left.
Unexpected
Back
turbulence
to
may
neutral.
occur during the flight. It is therefore safer
Pop
to
the
keep
perf
your
page
seatbelt
on
fastened
for
at all
that.
times.
Mirrored across those.
Please
1
ensure
plus
it
F
is always
selected.
visible
Auto
to
brake.
crew when
Max.
fastened.
Taxi lights on. APU bleed.
Remember, this
Off.
is a non-smoking
Lights
flight.
and signs. ICE as required.
In the event of a
Okay.
cabin decompression, oxygen mask will drop in front of you.
Mauritius
Pulling the mask to
852
your face
request
causes
taxi.
the oxygen to flow. You may be required to release the masks by pulling on the red flag marked pull. Use the
Mission mode
elastic
north.
band to secure the mask over your nose and mouth. Wear your mask first before helping others. Life jackets are found under your seat or at specific
Mauritius 852, you're requesting your chest clear.
When instructed by the crew, remove
Hey,
it from
firm,
its
ready for
container
taxi,
and
Mauritius
pull it over
852.
your head.
Mauritius 852, taxi holding point Bravo, runway 03 left, via Echo, right turn on Alpha, and hold short of Bravo.
Only at the exit door when instructed by the crew before
Taxi,
stepping onto the
Holding
bar.
Bravo, runway 03
The life
left,
jacket
via
can be
Echo,
inflated
right
by
turn
pulling on the
Alpha,
red
hold
tab
short
sharply
Bravo, Mauritius
downwards,
852.
or by blowing
Car brakes
into
off.
the mouthpiece.
A little bit of
The
power
life
just to get us
jacket has a
moving.
whistle and
And
a
Tower Kenyan 4114 is ready for taxi.
infant life jackets and baby
1 plus F
survival
is green,
pods will be
takeoff
distributed
config
by the
test,
cabin
and
crew.
normal.
Emergency exits are
Remalian,
located forward.
bonjour.
Kenya 41,
Reunion Island. First time I see a stream of flying to Mauritius and so close to where I live. Next flight,
via Delta,
will it be a rotation
right
from Mauritius
turn
to
on Alpha,
Reunion in the
and hold short
ATR?
of Bravo.
Quite possibly.
Leave all hand
Is there
luggage
scenery
behind
for Reunion?
and remove high heel shoes before using.
Roger, Bravo 03
In
left,
case of
Delta,
emergency landing on
Alpha,
water,
and please repeat
the
the
evacuation slides will be used as rafts.
and please repeat
Escape
the holding point.
markings will guide you to the emergency exit.
holding point Bravo, for runway 03 left.
All electronic
This
devices
Gaffer Sim
must be switched
Orlando,
off or set
or
to
Tambo,
flight mode for
Johannesburg
taxi
scenery is
takeoff
actually
and
pretty
landing.
nice.
Larger devices such
I
as
bought
laptops
it about
must be
6 months
stowed.
ago and I haven't used it since. I don't know why.
If your device drops and gets stuck in the seat structure, do not adjust the seats or try to remove it. Ask the cabin crew for assistance. In case of emergency,
Okay, and
please
Bravo
Fire up
3,
the,
Kenyan
you must adopt the
4143.
brace position.
Toby
as shown
eye
depending
tracker.
on where you are seated.
He's max drive. Get out of the way.
You will find more
Jumping
information
neck.
on the safety instructions card found in your seat pocket.
Suffer 251, clear to land runway 03.
Alex, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel.
020 degrees at 15 knots.
Stow your tray table, your handset, your individual screen, and your footrest. All window shades must...
Osprey 495, calling for your push.
Thank you for making this flight a safe one. Have a pleasant journey with us. Remember, you are in safe hands.
Osprey 495, push and start approach facing east QNH 1019.
While I was in Mauritius, actually, I found that Mauritius operate a direct service from Mauritius to Perth in Australia.
Tambo Tower, Osprey 209 with you, gate 3.
Which is a huge journey.
37800 requesting outside clearance to Mauritius with Golf.
Osprey 209, stand by for clearance of calling to number 2.
Hold short Bravo, so we're basically...
Mauritius 4852, you at destination is filed, flight level...
A little bit of work ahead of us.
Flight level 410 on request.
That bird's there, by the way.
03 left, comply with the XOD1 Alpha.
It's called a Payanki.
Initial climb, flight
A
level
tropical long-tail bird. We saw them while we were in Mauritius, actually. They are stunning birds.
500, and your squawk will be 7302.
Sabir, welcome. I mean, back when FSDG released the Mauritius add-on pack, I contacted them, and it wasn't long after I'd last visited the island, and I said to them, look, I'm fairly familiar, having flown in, with recent kind of familiarity of the airport. I would love to go and have a look at the scenery they've created. And they said no, which didn't give me much confidence that they'd done it particularly accurately. And from what I've read on the review since, no, they haven't. Which is why we've gone for the freeware. That's another reason. What do we think of the work in progress changes so far? Very, very early stages of the work in progress bits.
Initial climb, flight level 090, departure
for the Headwind A330, but what do we all think so far? Some nice changes, right, and some promising changes too. There's the whole point there at Alpha, end of Alpha, start Bravo, we have to hold there.
XOB 1 Alpha, departure runway 03,
11 hours,
090, flight level 090, squawk 7346, Osprey 209.
Osprey 209, reset is correct, call me when ready for push task.
He's got his little one in the tower with him.
Osprey 932, radio check.
Osprey 932, already fast.
He actually said hold short Bravo, which is here.
And big task FA.
One on final there, look.
Runway 30, right on it.
Yeah, it was 12 hours from Gatwick to Mauritius, actually.
Continue taxiing via Echo and hold short of 03 left.
Good afternoon, Paul. Welcome to you. Long time. Hope you're well.
Mauritius 4852, push and start approved, facing east, QNH 1019.
Good old windsock there. Air Mauritius actually wet leased one of their aircraft to South African Airways when it was still about. And it was a plain white A350 with just the Mauritius flag on the side of it.
Rwanda 9003, clear to land runway 03 right, surface wind at 020 knots, 020 degrees at 15 knots.
Clear to land runway 03 right, Rwanda 9003.
Oh, that's not good. Air Mauritius 852 is holding short Bravo.
Mauritius 852, clear for takeoff, runway 03 left, surface wind 020 degrees at 15 knots.
Runway 03 left, clear for takeoff, Air Mauritius 852.
Osprey 0209, requesting push and start.
Bing bong.
Osprey 209, push and start approved, facing south, QNH 1019.
Brimalian, yeah, so have a little look at the
facing south,
description for today's live
1019,
stream. There should be a couple of freeware options in there. So we've also got a freeware photogrammetry improvement for Mauritius, so I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like. Should have replicated, actually, should have routed a little further north and replicated the exact arrival that we did when I was flying in the BA 777. Landing lights, nose lights, taxi takeoff, runway turn off lights on, strobes on.
Bravo, runway 03 left via Echo, right turn on Alpha.
We'll do tail view.
03 left,
Go to wigwags. There's an aircraft ahead of us. Landing on 03 right. We get asked all the time, how do you taxi a wide body aircraft? And sometimes you'll find that the nose wheel is almost coming up to the edge of the taxiway as your committed turns, but you want to keep the centre yellow line really kind of through the main wheels if you can. If you follow the yellow line with the nose wheel, you'll find that actually you're cutting the corner quite substantially.
Any stand Charlie, between Charlie 1
and then we'll come over the centre line of the runway and we'll go full left with the tiller. While I'm down here. Click that, get that screen off. Take off memos, no blue, 1+F.
Software 251, taxi to stand Charlie 5.
Which exit can we use?
Cross runway 03 left.
Stick
Echo
forwards.
again. Left turn on
40%.
Alpha and right turn on India.
May you please repeat for 1-90003?
2 clicks, flex, SRS, runway. Let's go. Speed's alive.
You clearing us across the airspeed, right? Left, yes, that's 81.
80 knots.
Stand by. Software 251. I'll call you back.
Don't worry about it. I never bother with chronos.
Kenya 4114, line up and wait runway 03 left.
Line up and wait 03 left, Kenya 4114.
Heavy. Oh my goodness. Huge D-rate as well.
Okay, software 251, you can exit to stand Charlie 5
B2
via Echo. You can cross runway 03 left now. Echo again, left turn on Alpha and right turn on India.
You're up. There we go.
Cross runway 30 left on Echo, left Alpha, right India, stand Charlie 5.
Next screenshot of today. Look at that. Autopilot 1 engaged.
852 contact Johannesburg approach now, frequency 124.5. Ciao.
Condor approach 1245, Mauritius 852. Thanks for the ATC, have a good day. Johannesburg radar, good afternoon, Mauritius 852. Airborne through 6,600 on the XB1 Alpha departure.
Mauritius 852, Johannesburg radar, good afternoon, Chad identified radar control, climb now, flight level 150.
Good afternoon, radar control, flight level 150 for the climb, Mauritius 852. Flaps through the S. We'll clean her up. Interesting. Let's get the nose down a little bit. Kind of went into alpha lock. It's a bit better. Back into climb. Disarm the ground spoiler.
Foxtrot Alpha Golf Charlie, Grand Central at 7,000 feet.
Whiskey November, Roger. Can I have your intentions, please?
Whiskey November, Echo full stop landing at Grand Central.
Whiskey November, Echo Roger.
€100, Benoit, or €1,000.
Or are you trying routing around
crikey, is that what you buy?
Whiskey Heavy Vehicle will route through the corridor.
80 kilograms of potatoes. Mrs. Perfect says hello.
Yeah, if you just want to remain east of the control zone and just give me
I love the A330 now, it's so good to play Microsoft Flight Simulator. Do you have a release for the cockpit update? Not yet, no.
Thank you, we'll remain
local pressure to standards.
All you ground seems on inside. Whiskey Heavy Vehicle, thank you.
So it's a very early work in progress as part of the updates. It's not something that's going to come anytime kind of soon, I don't think. At some point in the future, however, then we can look forward to it. But this is a bit of a kind of a sneak preview, if you like, to show what is coming and the work that's going on behind the scenes. A lot of the time, certainly with developers, freeware developers as well, that do it around the rest of their life, like their full-time work and things. Sometimes we can think that not much is happening behind the scenes because there's been a long period of time from one update to the next, and it's quite nice, isn't it, sometimes to see that actually there's a fair bit of work going on there, remodelling the flight deck environment for us all to have that more of a realistic A330 kind of feel. Seatbelt signs off as well, that'll do. First time flying out of Johannesburg on the stream as well, actually, on the channel. Very exciting. Next frequency 128325. 128.
And approach, good afternoon. Kenyan 4114 airborne 6000 for 9000.
325. That's our next frequency. Ready?
Radar, hello, identified radar control, climb now, flight level 150.
150, Kenyan 4114.
Do love the Headwind A330, it's brilliant. And one thing that I'm probably going to do actually soon, I've resisted it intensely, in fairness. Those of you watching.
852, contact South Africa now, 128.325, enjoy the rest of your trip, take care.
Contact South Africa 128.325, Mauritius 852. Thanks for the ATC, have a good day, appreciate it.
Direct up Martin, expect you on Mart, up Mart, 1 Alpha arrival, Safari 287.
Yeah, that's the next thing we'll be previewing. Hopefully on Sunday, actually, when I'm looking to be streaming next. Hopefully, if all things work out, I'll be previewing the Boeing 787-9 from Horizon Simulation. What do you guys think of that? That's going to be exciting as well. Don't want to miss that. You'll have to keep an eye on the channel for when we do fly that next, whenever it might be in the near future. I think it does have VNAV, Alex, I think. I'm sure it does. We'll find out when we get in towards Mauritius. South Africa control, good afternoon. Mauritius 852s through flight level 140 for 150 inbound XOB.
Here Mauritius 852 heavy. South Africa control identified. Continue climb flight level 410.
Continue climb flight level 410, Mauritius 852 heavy.
Safari 287, request descent.
Safari 287 ready. Descent to be leveled by ADMAT, flight level 150.
Forgot to add that as a pre-note, didn't I?
Descent flight 150 level by ADMAT, Safari 287.
I always forgetting these big twin aisle jets that we should prefix the heavy call sign at the end, at the very start of the transmission, really. So we should be Mauritius 852 heavy. Paul with the Darts channel saying thoughts on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 only after 4 years from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 being released. For him, sounds like a bit of a coin grab, but let's hear your thoughts, guys. I personally am really looking forward to it. If they're redeveloping it and using a new engine to bring upon kind of more, to bring us more improvements, more realism, more accuracy, more depth of detail that this current engine within the sim can't provide, then I think that's only a good thing. That's a really exciting thing. So I'm very much looking forward to that, to be fair. And they've said that most things are going to transfer across to the new sim fairly easily with an update. So it gives me a bit of confidence there that a lot of my add-ons are just going to move across quite effortlessly, hopefully, touch wood. and we're not going to experience any issues with that. So looking forward to it. And with that, to answer Ben Bois' question there, I would therefore anticipate and expect that the fly-by-wire A32NX should work with MSFS 2024, and then therefore so should the Headwind A330 as well. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? We don't really know until it does arrive. We just have to kind of, yeah, as Rab's saying, time will tell. Yeah, that's correct, Mike. But I forgot to do it with Tower, and I forgot to do it with Approach.
Front 4353.
Alex says I was flying it a month ago and it didn't have top of descent or anything. Interesting.
Taxi holding point.
When we get a bit closer, we'll have a look at the VNAV. But I thought last time I flew this, it did have elements of that.
Runway 19 via taxi Alpha 1 cross runway 16.
So yeah, phase 2 is going to be an overhead panel rework. Happy days. Phase 1 is some of the tweaks and changes that we've seen so far already. I'm trying to find the circuit breaker.
Traffic 320, would you like an intersection or a full length departure?
The bit that I was looking at a minute ago, couldn't really see anything. Fire extinguishers and things.
Taxi holding point, Mike runway 24 via
Kenyan 4114
Foxtrot and Alpha.
Crikey, all talking over each other. It's all this there, that's all being reworked as well, the circuit breakers, so we can't see any, but that's going to be one of the things that they're going to be improving on, I think, from what I've read. Revin, by the way,
411
is going to be in the live chat in a short while, answering some questions about the Headwind A330 and potentially some of the projects which they've mentioned, so who knows, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully they will offer a bit more information as well. Rab says, how often have you revved the motorbike since you got back? You know what, I haven't, to be fair.
Springbok 535, clear for the arrival.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't really.
1 Charlie.
I haven't even pulled it out of the garage. I might have broke a little bit on it, so I'm waiting for 2 screws to arrive. I say I broke it. What I did is I found that something had broken on it. It's basically a little plastic heel plate where my sort of heel rests when they're on the pegs of the bike. And I was like, oh, I wonder what's behind that panel, because I'd changed the rear hugger with like a little spray suppression kind of bumper thing on the back of the motorbike. And next to that was 2 little screws, and I was like, I wonder what's behind that. And as I did one rotation of one of the screws, anti-clockwise to unwind it, it fell out. And the whole bolt shit.
598, confirm mat number.
So, I was a little bit unimpressed, but my other half, her stepdad managed to find the exact screws, which are on order, which mean that I'll just be able to kind of put the new ones back in again. And he also came around and helped me take the screws out that had sheared inside, without threading the alloy. He knows his stuff with all that kind of thing. Willie says, well, the cockpit looking more like an A330. Yeah, small changes. Controller, whoever that is, the controller is asking for your MAC number. That one.
Decimal 756.
Roger, enable Mach 78.
A little bit of cloud through here. That's all good, that's all on, that's all set.
Try.
It does look a lot more A330, doesn't it? Look at that. Got a lot more length to the flight deck environment as well. It just seems a little bit more stretched out, a bit bigger. But yeah, as Arto's saying, that the dimensions feel a little bit more accurate in the new cockpit. It's nice to see a couple of bits as well, like the landing gravity gear extension, so the landing gear kind of knobs and bits, the new the A330 style throttle, and this engine ignition mode selector switch set there as well, along with that MCDU3 that's now activated as well, though it is a direct mirror of those. But the fact they've got it working is really nice.
Sapphire 8 Caution 287. You're cleared for the Upmont 1 Bravo arrival. Continue on the arrival to descend to 4,000 feet. QNH Norwood, Durban, King Shaka 1019.
Descend by the Upper Non Bravo arrival to 4,000 QNH 1019, Sapper 287.
And we go to 7. We'll have to tweak the camera a little bit to get a nice smooth and even rotation around the jet.
Level 150.
It's perfect saying I can't wait for the cockpit release.
4905 heavy.
I'm excited to see what they do with it really and how they change it all in the future.
South Africa control.
What improvements do get made, so I'm looking forward to seeing the progress of it throughout the next couple of weeks and months ahead. But don't forget as well, we've got things like the PMDG 777 coming at some point in the future. I would hazard a guess at maybe January, February time. We've got the PMDG Universal Flight Tablet coming soon. Aerosoft are working on an A330. Latin VFR are about to release a new aircraft. I'm sure then Horizon Simulations will get to work straight away with modding that in one way or another. There are a lot of aircraft still coming to the sim in various forms, and then we've got things like Just Flight working on the FOAR F70 and F100. Adam, welcome. Yes, the Just Flight A300B2, original A300, very exciting, proper old school. And Bluebird Simulations, working hard on the 757 as well, coming next year. Lots and lots of aircraft. Flabois A380 at some point in the future. Indy builds A300, 600, TFDI designs MD11. Exciting times ahead. And all the while we've got developers like Flight Tampa developing stuff like Amsterdam from yesterday's live stream, Pyre Devco, all that kind of thing coming forwards as well, alongside all these new aircraft. We've also therefore got really good scenery to kind of go hand in hand with it all too. Navigraph keeps getting better and better all the time. Gav, no worries buddy, have a good night. We've also got the Just Flight Avro RJ, although that I'm not sure what's going on with that one. It's kind of fizzled away into the background a fair bit, hasn't it? But as Freem's saying, we've got a good list of birds coming up, and it's really exciting, 100%. Slocum, so it depends.
Actually, Air France. 4353.
We could have left the landing lights on till about 15,000 feet because it's 1,000 foot above ground level. But I just turned them off at a nice even 10,000 anyway. Because I always tend to forget, if I don't do that at that point, I forget to turn the landing lights off. Which is not ideal. Phoenix A321 and A319, Adam, yes, good shout. I'd forgotten about those ones. And the Horizon Simulation Boeing 787-9. Oh, Ian, that's not good. Let's have a little look at Palanta, shall we?
852 heavy, South Africa control.
Pass message, Mauritius 852 heavy.
Confirm your Mach number.
Currently Mach decimal 82 for Mauritius 852.
Would that be your final Mach number?
Negative. Possibly, yes. Mauritius 852.
Roger, Mach 82 on conversion.
292. Roger, if it helps, we can go faster if need be, Mauritius 852.
Yeah, I'm showing you flight level 358 now ascending wind able Mach 82.
We'll go Mauritius 852.
Fair 320, winds now at.
Oh yeah, Aerosoft A330. Still in progress. Slow updates though.
50 degrees, 8 knots, QNH 1019, clear for takeoff runway 24, call me airborne.
Ryan says from what he sees from the Just Flight Facebook page, the Avro RJ seems to have been delayed due to the Avro Vulcan. From what I remember, that said it should be out next year. Ooh, quite a delay, isn't it?
South Africa Control, good afternoon.
Perhaps that's a business decision. They thought the Avro Vulcan might sell a lot more, therefore it's worthy of their development time, more so than the other aircraft. They are all businesses after all, aren't they? Who knows? There's our current gross weight. 201,000 kilograms.
You are identified. Continue climb flight level 350. Actually, flight level 390.
Right, back to Valanta. So out of South Africa, Johannesburg. Massive thank you to our ATC for today, by the way. We're just heading over this tiny little nation of Eswatini, which is one of the airports, kind of nations that are in our New Sky Commonwealth tour, I believe. Over Maputo, passing the Mozambique Channel across to Madagascar, passing over Toliaru and Farafangana.
Reach top of descent.
We're heading then over the Indian Ocean, passing Reunion and into Mauritius. I wonder how much I can zoom in here. Midlands. Oh, Caledine. There we go. That's where I stayed. So in fact,
One Bravo
we got
arrival Island Zulu runway
Gunners
24
going.
at Durban King Shaka.
Flat Island.
Expect Upmat 1 Bravo
Round Island.
arrival runway 24.
So I stayed.
Descent to flight level 150 to be level at Upmat.
Ah, right there. Literally right there.
Osprey 598. Radar services terminated. Switch to Unicom.
Osprey 598, go to Unicom.
There's a lovely view of the islands out there as well in the distance. That little island, that little airport there is Austral Airstrip. There you go, you can see it. Skydive Austral Airstrip for Mauritius. For Mauritius Island, rather. You can do skydiving there for about £500. It's very tempted. And the Port Louis, the capital city, is there. Visited that with Cordan Waterfront, which is this lovely little area there.
28, actually.
And then there's a big spice market just here. In that town area there.
320.
Really cool.
You are identified. Continue climb.
I'm interested to see what it looks like when we get there, to be fair, because the approach in real life blows your mind. I didn't visit the other islands though, Rab. No. Rumalian's asking, is the Inibuild's A310 enjoyable? It certainly is. I mean, that's an aircraft I've not used in a long time, to be fair, but it is good fun, and it works pretty well.
Kenya 4114 heavy, say Mach number.
4114, we're
no
doing
jet skis.
0.822.
I think I've got a world record for the fastest a peddler has ever been.
Oh, we can do 80 for Kenya for
I'm not sure.
Actually, there's a heavy behind you. Maintain 82. Apologies.
No, not a problem. Kenya 811. Correction 4114 will maintain 82.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again for the flight deck.
Flourish.
We've just reached a cruise altitude for the flight and get us
Straight up to 410. I didn't bother with the step climb. Mach 82. Although that's interesting, because minimum clean is there.
4905 heavy, South Africa control.
go for 3495.
Mark 80 when you go.
We'll maintain Mark decimal 80 3495.
Lovely tailwind, look at that, 90 knots. MBS Gaming saying there, a lot of wind back, 290 at 90. We got 271 at 90 as well, pretty much. Pushing us east all the way. We'll have to fly safely, so we'll have to just stick with minimum clean, at least, which is Mach 84. If he asked, we'll tell him. Look at that. Ashley, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're okay, having a good weekend. Absolutely. That tailwind increasing our ground speed quite nicely, actually, isn't it? Now we're at our cruise of 410. Aviator's saying, I missed the start of the stream, Luke. What are the updated differences with the Headwind A330? Thank you, mate. So, again, it's a work in progress. It's a preview of some of the work that they're doing behind the scenes. It's something that isn't going to be in a usable update in the near future, but it will be some point in the future, if that makes sense. But a couple of various different features. As you can see here, the flight deck environment itself looks quite different, doesn't it? If we kind of move up and around, so they've worked on the walls, begun work on the walls to make the flight deck look a little bit more A330-esque. The landing gear gravity extension there, all that sort of section there is being worked on. The throttle is more A330-like, and MCDU3 is functional. New start mode selector switches there, and then they're working on the whole dash. So the screens there have been tweaked. Some of the knobs and dials here are being added in so that they work properly. In the way that it would in an A330, so those little switches are now in position, but they don't currently have an animation and an event linked to it just yet, but it will do in the future. You see the lights and dials switches there. They've got old Headwind Aviator glasses there too.
The message.
Survey 287 established local light around 824.
Here 287 cleared ILS Zulu run 824. Call me on a 5-mile final. Winds now 150 degrees, 8 knots.
Tip for the approach, call you 5-mile final, Sapit 287.
Oh, it's just an Airbus glare shield though, isn't it? It doesn't look much beyond how it would any other way.
Calling for clearance, was that
Really, would it?
740?
I'm not too fussed about that. What we also mentioned earlier on was the overhead panel. That's going to come in phase 2 of this kind of rework that they're doing. So it'll look a little bit more similar there. Don't forget, Ed, this is a work in progress. So this is phase 1 of a number of tweaks and changes and improvements that they're going to make over the next couple of months. So phase 1 is the flight deck environment with the walls, the panels, MCG3, all that kind of thing. So you have to give them a little bit of time to sort all of this out. Revin will be in the live chat at some point, hopefully, and Ed, do ask him if they're going to be improving the flare shield as well. I'm sure he'll tell you yes or no as to whether they will be doing that or not.
One Bravo.
PMA, so there's the coastline.
370. Squawk.
Big old runway there.
4742.
That's Maputo, in fact. Maputo Airport, FQMA.
Calling ready for pushback. Get this information. Charlie, runway 19er.
Lucas, it's a freeware aircraft.
And Master, can you
I'm not sure, Ed. We'll have to ask him. I wouldn't like to guess with that kind of thing.
Negative, disregard. Sapphire 287, clear to land, runway 24, call me after landing.
Runway 24, clear to land, World Coast, Sapphire 287.
Not BXNO, thank you for the ATC, appreciate it. I didn't realise you guys could control Mauritius as well, that's pretty cool. I suppose it's one of those islands that doesn't really get too much traffic on VATSIM, especially because it's so remote from most things.
Bit 2026 is flight level 150 at Upmont.
Sapphire. Actually, that's the JetBlue 026. Continue on the arrival to 4,000 feet. QNH. No. 1019.
South Africa in itself is really nice to fly around within Microsoft Flight Simulator. Some really good scenery available for various airports like Cape Town and Joburg that we've just departed out from. It's also got the Orbex Cape Town landmarks pack as well, which improves it quite nicely.
KLM 740 heavy clear to Amsterdam.
Oh nice, who's flying to Amsterdam? Wesley, good day.
Flight level 330. After departure, runway 19 and comply with the IMSOM 1 Bravo. Climb flight level 330.
So Cape Town?
Squawk 4762. Only a transponder. Repeat the transponder only. 4762.
Yeah, KLM 740, Boeing 777-8. Oh, that's weird.
Read back correct, cover push and start, this Charlie, runway
Cape Town to Amsterdam, it's a long journey ahead for them. Oof. Fair play. There's our little journey for today. Wanted something a bit short. For those of you with the ATR, you can fly around Mauritius.
852, you have exit my airspace. Vertical and lateral limits, radar services terminated. Switch to Unicom, you have a good flight.
Radar services terminated and Unicom for Mauritius 852. Thanks for the ATC, have a good day.
Good day. Kenya 1441 heavy.
Ta-da! Where were we? We're talking about the routes and things, weren't we? So, from Mauritius, which is there, I've actually got a second runway being built, which is a bit smaller. But they, Air Mauritius operate the ATRs, ATR 72 or ATR 42, I forget which, across to Saint Denis, Reunion, Saint Pierre. This one as well, Rodriguez Island, you could fly there with the ATRs. Some of these actually are at night time, which is a bit spooky. Where's the overlay? We want to go to satellite mode. There we go. Lovely. Oh, that looks pretty cool, doesn't it? That little remote airport. Right, there's an Air Mauritius ATR in the satellite view. That looks spectacular, my goodness. Really cool. But they go buzzing around the local area quite frequently. I'm not sure if they do others in the vicinity as well. I don't know if they fly the ATRs to Madagascar and Seychelles or not. But Mauritius have got A330-200 or 300s as well, I think. Actually, no, I didn't, unfortunately. ATR 72, yeah, I think it is the 72. Did they ever do the fuel prediction page to make that a bit more accurate? Oh, they did. Look at that. Reckons we're going to have 9 tons of fuel on board at Mauritius, so that means we can whack it up to Mach 86. We'll wind her up and we'll trim 10 minutes or so off the flight time, I think. We'll just monitor that as we go to make sure it's all looking okay still. Carrot, thank you very much, appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of those areas, certainly on VATSIM, that doesn't get enough traffic, and it is a really nice part of the world. Similarly as well, streamers don't really operate around this region of the world too much. I don't know why, but it is very nice. Which is why yesterday we thought, just out of the blue, I thought, why not? Let's do this one. It's a bit of a longer flight than what I usually will do, but I figured it would be perfect. It'd be quite nice. Not too long, not too short. All of the other routes out of Mauritius as well, certainly with the twin aisle jets, or anything that's not a turboprop, tends to increase in time quite exponentially. So it's like 8 hours to Dubai, 12 to Gatwick. 12 and a half to Heathrow roughly as well. 12 hours to Perth. In fact, I wonder if I can. Balanta has a scheduling system, doesn't it? So let's go to schedules. Select an origin airport to begin searching flights. So we'll press FIMP. There we go. So these are the little ATR hops. So Charles Gaydon Duval airports are at Rodriguez Island. And then we've got Saint Denis, Roland Garros Airport, we've got Saint Pierre, Gefons Airport, both on Reunion there. Antananarivo, Vivato Airport, this should tell us, oh, it's on an A330 there, look, that particular route. They operate to Victoria, Seychelles as well, A330-300, wow, Edelweiss, or an A320 with Air Seychelles. Which is also another FSDG scenery, if I'm not mistaken. And then they go all the way across to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, in an A330 Air Mauritius. Perth as well. Oh, look at that, it's only 7 hours. Mauritius to Perth in an A330 twice weekly, Tuesdays and Saturdays. What a journey that would be. All ocean, not even anywhere to divert. Crikey. That's putting a lot of faith in the aircraft, isn't it? Well, I suppose it's only 7 hours. ETOPS certification, tick. Johannesburg, Cape Town's another option there for those of you who want to go a little bit further. 6 hours, same flight time to Perth, look, A350-900. And then we're heading up towards Kenya as well for 4.5 hours, 787s and 737s. Yeah, interestingly enough, an Embraer E190. And we got Delhi, I think it is, isn't it? Is it Delhi? Oh no, it's Mumbai. 6 hours. So kind of the average kind of flight time goes up to about 7-8 hours, doesn't it? We've got Saudi Arabia over there, Dubai as well for an option. And then we're heading off into Europe. We're covering Istanbul, Austria, Vienna, Zurich, Paris, Brussels, Frankfurt, and then we've got London Gatwick, for British Airways and London Heathrow for Air Mauritius, although in the next couple of weeks Air Mauritius are moving their service to Gatwick, interestingly enough, so there will no longer be a direct service to London Heathrow. Unless BA move it back, perhaps. There's always a chance, isn't there? But Mauritius to Perth could be quite an interesting one. Enzo, bonjour! He's a Mauritian doing his pilot license in Johannesburg. Air Mauritius use ATR 72 just for Rodriguez and Reunion Island flights. Kubrick says, can't believe you're visiting my home country. Lots of Mauritians in the live chat today. It's fantastic. I've just spent just over 2 weeks there. Second time visiting Mauritius, and it is absolutely stunning. Not BXNO. Yeah, so one of the events actually was was it Cross Africa, I think it was. That's one of the events that happened recently, but it clashed with the Fly Live Copenhagen event thing, so a bit frustrating really, because that would have been an event that I would have really have liked, but the folks at VATSIM Scandinavia had invited me before you guys had, so I ended up committing to them in advance of realising that there was even going to be a Cross Africa event. So perhaps next year, because that would have been really good, and I do want to join you guys for an event like that. The escape from the UK weather, Wesley, absolutely, absolutely. Although, in fairness, they've had a week. We had a week in the UK of intense summer weather and a lot of heat. So it doesn't sound like they've missed out too much, but on our flight home, on approach, we were greeted with heavy rain into Gatwick, so every cloud. Nice flight though, it's a long time, 12 hours. Good afternoon, Mike, hope you're well. Kubarak says he flies Air Mauritius ATRs between Reunion and Mauritius and Rodriguez almost daily. My goodness, that's cool. So Kruberax, do you live Reunion then, or do you live Mauritius? Mauritius as well, folks, is a bit of an interesting country. It's got a huge history behind it. A lot of the cuisine and the culture in the island is kind of a blend of lots of different nations going back many years. The Dutch have had an influence there as well. They, from what I understand from our last visit, made the dodo extinct because they ate it, captured it and ate it. It was a native thing to Mauritius, which is why the dodo isn't in existence anymore, from what I was told last time we visited. And the British as well were there with tea plantations and sugar, which are still two massive exports in Mauritius. The Chinese have had an influence there as well. The Indians have had an influence there. So it's a huge blend. And with that then you get some incredible food. So there's street food, dal puri, which is like a curry wrapped in a roti, is really spectacular. Lifetime, interestingly, for such a long journey from London, 12 hours, it's only 3 hours ahead of UK time currently. It was plus 4 hours, plus 4 GMT. Which is good, because it then means very little jet lag. Those of you who fly with Osprey Airways as well, we've now got routes to and from Mauritius loaded in on the New Sky schedules, so you can have a little look there. In fact, I wonder if I can show you that without breaking my flight plan thingy. My airlines, Osprey. operations page. There we go. So FIMP is there. Interestingly, Reunion seems to be an airport that we've added. So perhaps I need to do. Maybe I need to delete that one. I don't know why that's there. But I've added 2 routes. Although to be fair, we could do an Ortambo as well. Look, we could have had a scheduled service there to link the two, because we have a service that comes from Heathrow all the way to Johannesburg, and then we could connect the two there, couldn't we? And then we have Gatwick to Mauritius and back. Gatwick to Heathrow to Mauritius and back as well, I think. And then we've also got the link with Dubai for those of you who want a bit of a shorter service as well. I could do the little connection to Perth. Critic, hello to you. It wants to see the cockpit. There you go. This is original, sort of a very initial early stage work in progress texture revamp. So some of the dials and switches are either missing or don't do anything currently. But a fair few tweaks, new landing gear bits. I'm pretty sure the chrono's different. It's been a little while since we've been in the A330 though, to be fair, and MCDU3 there as well, look at that. Grubrak says I live in Gothenburg, Sweden since years and years back, but he's moving home. Headwind Simulation's in the live chat, welcome, hope you're well. So if anybody's got any questions for the development team at Headwind Simulations who have made this fantastic bit of freeware for us all to enjoy in MSFS, they're in the live chat, so add your questions and hopefully they will ask it all, they'll be able to answer the questions directly within the chat there. This is a potato saying, are you testing this or is it a pre-release version? It's just a preview version for us to enjoy, so you guys can see what's happening in the background in lieu of any kind of big updates being fed out all the time. You can see that there are things happening with the aircraft behind the scenes. Bakers, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing, buddy. Wesley, I think they have at least started changing the gear panel. Got the landing gear gravity extension switches there. Not animated yet though. But they are working at it, aren't they? From what I can see anyway. The throttle is different too. It's still got the A320 level of detent, so very much early days, work in progress as the caveat. But eventually we'll have a new A330 sized throttle with the correct animations with that, with Headwind 2, very nice. And yeah, absolutely Krubrax, third MCDU, very nice. All linked still at the moment, so if we zoom out and we flick through, we can use this one in its entirety if we want to. So if we want to go full Airbus automation and just jump seat it, we can sit back here on the seat, lean down and kind of fiddle away at bits. Cockpit door and things, that animation is there, fly-by-wire. So making a lot of tweaks and changes, very exciting for sure. Headwind Simulations replying to Wesley in the chat there saying it's already A330 style. There are different configuration options for such things which can be chosen by various airlines. Which airline have you based it on actually, out of curiosity? Can you say? I'm not sure actually. One would assume Delta maybe. Or Virgin. Ah, it's close. Toby, based on Delta. Good shout. Good guess. I was saying earlier on, Toby, I'm hoping maybe for Sunday for the other, the new 787 perhaps. Bakers is asking, Headwind, are they going to be changing the glare shield at some point in the future? Broom saying there in the chat, I agree with you there, actually it's a good comment from Broom. Just loving how the A330 is evolving. Headwind Simulation's a solid aircraft that's just enjoyable to fly. Yeah, we've got to remember as well, folks, don't we, this is a freeware aircraft. And the guys behind it, the guys and girls behind it, the developers, they've got full-time jobs, they've got lives away from the sim, but they also spend a lot of their spare time developing this for our enjoyment, all for free, which is incredibly generous of them, really, when you think about it. They're devoting their time. Cythera, Horizon Simulations, they're doing 787, like the Kuro 787-8, I think it's going to be free. There'll be no worries at all, it gets done when it gets done, and the community are always going to be there to enjoy it when it is finished. Very exciting though, isn't it? Raven's asking, will there ever be an interior for the A330-900? I need to hit you up actually, Toba, or at least ask you some questions and get an idea of what the Horizon Sim mod can do for the A321neo from Latin VFR. Because the aircraft itself is pretty crap, isn't it? But from what I understand, quite a lot of people have been enjoying the Horizon Simulation mods for the Latin VFR aircraft. Apparently they improve it quite spectacularly, so I'm actually now at the point where I think I'm going to step back a little bit from my refusal to fly the Latin VFR stuff on stream and actually get the A321neo and get the Horizon Sim mod as well and add that in there. Give it a go. Aviate says, hi Headwind Simulations, thank you for your an amazing aircraft. Just Trev says, have you done an A380 on your channel yet? No, there isn't one that exists for MSFS at least. Spectre says, what does the cockpit look like? Again, this is a work in progress, so a couple of tweaks and changes, like the buttons there, without animations or events linked to them. These ones are missing, they're still adding those in slowly. And we've got the landing gear gravity extension, selector switches there, new throttle, and MCDU 3, along with a couple of other tweaks. Tranche 2 of the update is going to then cover a revamp of the overhead panel, so they're going to do it in phases by the sounds of it, a couple of different phases throughout the upgrade cycle, just to make it a little bit more A330neo, a bit more realistic, a bit more immersive for us all to enjoy. DT, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing to the channel as well. Lots of new folk behind the flight deck door today, flying along, appreciate it, hope you're all enjoying it. Don't forget as well, if you haven't done so, give us a little thumbs up today. Potato says, I've been flying the Latin VFR A320 family Headwind with the Horizon Sim mods. It's amazing to see how they've evolved it over the past updates, and it'll only get better. And in response to Baker's question about whether or not Headwind Simulation are going to sort out the glare shield to make it more accurate, they've said, we aim to change the glare shield in the next revamp stage. There you go, very exciting. So have we got, Headwind Simulations, have we got time frames for kind of, or at least a ballpark figure for how many months you might want to get each stage done by? Or is it just very open at this stage? It gets done when it gets done kind of thing? A little screen grabs. It looks great in 4K, by the way, folks. Running the sim on the RTX 4090 in 4K, 60 frames per second, and it's really nice. What we got here? If I just go forwards a little, wrong buttons. This is my second stream since coming back off holiday, and I've kind of forgotten how a lot of this works. My keybinds and things. Look at that. Really nice. Headwind says, in response to Raven asking about the interior, we don't aim to make the interior anytime soon. The highest priority is the new cockpit, along with the rework of the exterior model. DT's asking, will this cockpit stage be released early enough across the pond 2023? It would be great. I plan to use a Headwind A330-900. And that's only about a week and a half away, isn't it? So perhaps not, who knows? But I'm sure they'll answer the question one way or another. There's the new throttle, although you'll have to ignore the detents because it's in the climb gate at the moment there on the animation, but the A330 throttle, they've started to add that in, look, so there is a bit of a difference between the two. I know I've said that a few times already, but just in case you're tuning in and wondering. Looks great, doesn't it? Nice little changes. Zato says, I do hope the Horizon Sim 787-9 will be released by Across the Pond. I pray to the flight sim gods. And don't forget, it's got ACARS on it as well, CPDLC. We don't have a centre online for this, otherwise we could connect it. We could have done it in South Africa actually, with South Africa Control, but I forgot. Lubson's asking if I'm using the TCA Airbus throttle. No, I've got the Honeycomb Bravo throttle, and I've got the Boeing TCA. Yes, I'm flying an Airbus with a yoke, but it works nicely. It's a really nice yoke, to be fair, as well. But I'm not one of those that has an Airbus stick for Airbus aircraft and a Boeing yoke for Boeing. I just can stick with one that works nicely, and that's it. Alex is waiting for all of the A330 family aircraft shown on the Headwind installer for his virtual airline, and also the A220 by Synaptic. Oh, I've forgotten about that one actually, and the A350 by Digital Flight Dynamics. What's happening with those actually? Does anybody know? I forgot they were even projects, to be fair, which is probably not a good thing to say, but Headwind Simulation responding to DT there, saying the stage 1 of the Revamp cockpit will not be out before Across the Pond 2023. This is an incredibly early phase of the upgrades. It's just to show you guys what's happening and the kind of tweaks and changes they are making to it. But they've got to, don't forget, code the animations, code the events, test it all as well, make sure it all works nicely and is configured correctly. And they've got to be at the point where they're happy to release it. So there you can see elements of progress within this very first preview build of the cockpit texture revamp. But there's a fair bit of work to do, and they're making some really nice progress. So they were saying the A220 from Synaptic is still on, and the A350 is still ongoing. Justin's asking about any news on the A380 by fly-by-wire. All we know is they're making progress, but we haven't really got any news, have we? Rerax, yeah, the first officer got a bit peckish and he chewed the dials off there. That's what they're missing. The tablet's still there, which is nice, I'm sure, for you guys to see. So all of that still works, and it still sucks all the data into either of the 3 MCDUs now that are being that are on and running. So you can do your flight planning in this one here if you want, to save you reaching all the way forward. So you can just look down and right and use MCDU3 to get your flight plan input here and pull all of the data from Simbrief and all that kind of thing. Hicks is asking, is a pause at top of descent feature planned for this at some point? Kingston Controller, welcome to you, hope you're well. Bilal says, how do you add the safety video to your aircraft? You need to download something like lukeairtool.net. That's that kind of freeware add-on, and then you can find various airline announcements. Otherwise, just head to YouTube and look for the safety demonstration video, and you just have to manually play it at that point. Yeah, don't forget, I mean, a lot of Across the Pond 2023, the eastbound, that's only in about a week and a half roughly, I think. It's the 28th, isn't it, of October, so that is a very short window of time for any developer to get a lot of stuff kind of done, bugs squashed and products released. So I wouldn't expect things like this, or even the 787-9 to be in a position where it's ready for that. Toby, thank you, buddy. The A380, I think, is going to be a long time away yet. I always said that it will never ever be added in. It will never be available by 2023. I always said it will be probably midpoint 2024 at my guess. FPS Gaming, I'm going to be arriving 1 minute before he says on VATSIM. Nice. We'll try and sequence each other, so if need be, I'll do a little bit of an orbit or a bit of self-vectoring to give us space, or I'll slow down a little bit nearer to our arrival. Although it says I arrive 1 minute before you. Once we burn off a bit more fuel, I might be able to go a bit quicker, but Mach 86 is pretty quick, isn't it? Pixter says, Headwind Simulations say that pause from top of descent is already in our pre-release version. There you go, Pixter. So if you haven't already got it, if it's the one that I'm thinking it is, then go to the Headwind Simulation website, download their installer, and select the pre-release version instead of the stable branch. Kevin says, any news on the A330-900 from Aerosoft, I assume you mean, Kevin? Or do you mean the Headwind one? I don't think there's any news on either, to be fair, at the moment. Toby says, Holland, the FAOR dev said a few weeks that the A380 Alpha is closer than people think. That sounds promising, but again, I think I would be surprised to see it before this side of Easter, to be fair. Aviate, that's a bit of a I mean, it's probably not a bad shout, actually, is it? Think about it. Aviate's saying there, I'm hoping to see the FAOR A380 be released the same day as Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I'm not sure if they would. I think they would be aiming to get it out before that, to be fair. Yeah, you could slow down a little bit, Rab. Rab's suggesting there for MPS Gaming. You could slow down by maybe 0.1 Mach. So if you're flying at Mach 8.5, try Mach 8.4 for about 10 minutes, and that might then spread our arrival out by about 2 minutes, which is then perfect. 2 minutes is fine. The runway at Mauritius is nice long, and there's a couple of good exits off the runway to vacate at. Sky High Simulations, welcome to you, saying he thinks Microsoft could collaborate with the FOAR team and release the A380 for Microsoft 2024 as a high fidelity aircraft exclusive for the sim. I'm not sure what relations are like between the two projects, to be fair. I think for those of you who remember maybe about 1.5 years or 2 years ago now, I think about 2 years ago, isn't it? The A320X for a very short while was actually in the marketplace, wasn't it? And then all of a sudden it got taken off. Fly-by-wire removed it, so I don't think anything like that is ever going to happen, to be fair. But at the same time, as Aviate says, fly-by-wire need to stay separate from it, because otherwise they get absorbed into the priorities of Microsoft, and then the whole ethos of fly-by-wire will be lost. So bearing in mind, fly-by-wire's main thing is having stuff open source and all that with certain license conditions. It kind of clashes against what Microsoft will want as a business, so I don't think that's ever going to happen, to be fair. Mach 7.8's fine, MPS Gaming. You could even do Mach 7.7 for about 10 minutes, and that will just give us 2 minutes separation if I'm already shown ahead of you by a minute or so. I'd be interested to see what the Mauritius photogrammetry stuff is as well. There's the link to the airport scenery that we downloaded from flightsim.to. There is a Google Drive link within it, and you can then download from there a photogrammetry pack which enhances the island quite substantially, apparently. So I've downloaded it and installed that as well, just to see what that looks like, so I'm hoping it's going to be good. Lazarus says, did you see there is a H160 coming next week? I think I did. It was something on kind of my Facebook reel that I was flicking through that I did notice, but I didn't really, because it's a helicopter. I kind of not really that fussed by helicopters, to be fair. So I think they offer a very limited experience in MSFS, don't they? Whilst some of them are really good, I think they do seem a little bit wishy-washy. H145 is pretty good though, so maybe the H160 is going to be quite cool as well. Who knows? Crewrack says it's pretty crappy. The FSDG airport is pretty nice, though all ground textures look like they came out of the 90s. Yeah, so the FSDG airport scenery for Mauritius is a very lazy port from FSX or P3D. They've not actually improved the textures of it at all. so it looks pretty poor, to be fair. So I've downloaded the freeware airport scenery as well. I haven't paid for FSDG. I've downloaded Mauritius. All the mods are freeware for today. But that's intentional. It's not going to look exact, but it does do a good job of trying to get close to it. Stream says discussion point. This morning's Simbrief outage reminds us how many add-ons rely on Simbrief for flight plan management. Perhaps a decent alternative would ensure we're not left up the Swanee. It's a good point actually. So those of you who weren't aware, maybe waking up just about now if you're on the east coast of the US. For about 3 hours, I think, wasn't it, this morning? Simbrief was entirely down. The whole of Simbrief was down. But with it, people were struggling to then plan flights, work out the fuel loads, apps like New Sky, which we use for our virtual airline client. People weren't able to complete flights properly because they weren't able to plan the flights via Simbrief on New Sky. And then it would have also impacted things like this aircraft, or the Flybois A330-900, and any other aircraft that uses Simbrief integration, because Simbrief was completely down, so you weren't able to generate or pull any flight plans or anything for about 3 hours. Who knows? David saying, how's the A330 playing so far? Quite nicely. It's early. It's an early work in progress, of course, like we said a little while ago. So the switches here, they've all been placed, but the animations aren't yet complete. These two screen brighteners do work though, that doesn't. You can kind of see what they're trying to do with the flight deck. The throttle's got this new redesign. Engine ignition mode selector switches there as well, look. And MCDU3. Printer as well. And then Tranche 2 will have updates to the overhead panel. Make it a little bit more realistic. Headwind Simulation answering Kevin's request for information about the A330-300s. Headwind there saying that they can't yet currently share any news about the A330 CEO at the moment. Still working on a complete new engine and wings for it. Brendan, welcome, saying, do we have an explanation from Navigraph about the outage? I don't think we do, but I would assume it's going to be very similar to the outage for VATSIM yesterday, where the kind of provider that hosts the server went down. Yeah, no announcements from them about it. To be fair, for a Sunday they got it fixed fairly quickly. Jacob, very good, thanks buddy. How are you? Hope you're having a good weekend. MPS, nice. I reckon you can continue at normal speed MPS then, to be fair. I think that time of 2 minutes, I think it's going to gradually increase as we get further down route today. So I reckon I might arrive about 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes ahead of you by the time we actually reach Mauritius. That's my gut feeling anyway. Zarto's asking about the situation on Valanta. Let's have a look. Look at Europe. Let me guess actually, while we're here, let's go across to Amsterdam. Let's have a guess to see how many... Oh my good lord. Absolutely packed again. Let's have a look, see how they're coping today. 145 arrivals and 209 departures. Jesus, that's absolute insanity. Flight Tampers Amsterdam is bloody brilliant. Fantastic scenery. I think you strike the right balance between performance and everything else there. Right, back down here though. I can't see MPS gaming on Valanta anywhere. We've got Mauritius 4852. Oh, you know what it's doing, don't you? It's only showing me the satellite mode off. Aha, there we go. So people flying with Valanta, weirdly enough, it shows you Valanta flights only, even though you're flying on VATSIM. To Madagascar's airspace now as well, crossing over. So at the front of the pack we've got Badger, Osprey 919er, all the way up front in the A330. Followed by MPS in the Boeing 737-900. I reckon you could fly at Mach 80 to be fair. Although he's, yeah, we'll be on him quite quick actually. We'll be overtaking you in about 10 minutes, 30 minutes I reckon, MPS. Followed by ourselves. A couple of screenshots from me so far, flying out of Johannesburg. Bam. Behind me, Zato in Kenya Airways, Boeing 787-8. Lovely livery. That flies into Heathrow quite a bit, I think, from memory. To Goku, Osprey 4905 in the A330-900, flying Osprey Airways, representing the VA. Love it. And then we've got Air Mauritius 4852 behind in the A350-900. Aki Moon flying along as well, very exciting. Slocum, Osprey 209er, representing the VA as well, love it. And Flight Sim Gamer UK, Osprey 932, also in the A330-900. Nice one. Oh, I love that. There's a little DC-6 there in Johannesburg. And in fact, Joburg's looking pretty busy still. I think because the ATC are online, people have gone, you know what? South Africa's got ATC. Look at that. So Cape Town's really busy. Frankfurt, a couple of long hauls there. Look, Frankfurt and Amsterdam. A couple of more local flights going up to Namibia, Windhoek. Beautiful payware scenery at Windhoek. Very nice. And then we've got Ian up here, Osprey 2462, I think it is, in the 737-900 at Ivato International, getting ready for his flight out of Madagascar. And in fact, from there, he's going to have the arrival that we did when I flew into Mauritius, which kind of brings you in over Tamarin, straight. Basically, it literally is a straight-in approach, just north of Tamarin, over the falls, so over Flick and Flack, straight in onto runway 14. Arty one-man parties going the other way though. Austral, which also, yeah, that's one of the operators actually, to be fair, and he's in the A310. That looks great, look at that. Very nice. Where's he flying out of? Roland Garros in Reunion. Morsey's flying out to Farley. Nor as well. A couple of people out of Mauritius. A fair few people out of Reunion, interestingly enough, as well. Pilot Mathis is there. Air Austral. Yeah, Mauritius is looking busy, to be fair. That's the outlook for today. Zudzi to Reunion next, Mauritius, also a POG route, great freeware for Reunion. Okay, so maybe one of the next streams we do in the ATR will be Mauritius to Reunion, perhaps, depending on what the flight time is, maybe even a return flight. Aviate says, for Headwind Simulations, would you be able to create more wing flex for the A330, and would you be able to create airstreams coming over the top of the wings like in real life? That's a bit of an ask. I think there's a mod that's developed that for one add-on, isn't it? But I'm not sure what that is. Crewbrack says, I wish we had Mauritius announcements for Luke Air Tour. I had to custom add them in myself, to be fair. Jacob says, I've been working all weekend, unfortunately, only 2 flights though. I work for Bristow Helicopters at Norwich, very nice. I need to fly more, but unfortunately I've been working so much to pay for his RTX 4090. And it'll be worth it in the end. Zato saying Schiphol is just absolute chaos. Great fun yesterday though, flying in and out of there. Fantastic work by Dutch VAC, working incredibly hard with the sheer volume of traffic. Yeah, Zach's saying there, do you know why Amsterdam's been so popping recently? It's because Flight Tampa released their much anticipated, highly anticipated Amsterdam Schiphol scenery last week, and it's brilliant. Vienna, so this weekend Vienna, or Austria's VATSIM ATC group, are holding a 36-hour constant ATC coverage event of Austria, including Vienna, Innsbruck, all of that kind of thing, so that's why. Doc says they're flying the A330-900 from Mauritius to Reunion. I did not know that. That could have been a good returner, actually. We could have gone there and back. Data says there's one for the 747-8. Parallel 42 is making the immersion series for all aircraft, including all default and add-on aircraft too. That would be quite cool. Yeah, really scenic approach by the looks of it for Rodriguez, but as you're saying there, Crewbarax, the flight itself is just a whole lot of open ocean like this. Same with Mauritius to Perth, 6.5 hour flight time, just over 7 hours block time, total travel, gate to gate. Not an unreasonably long journey, long enough, isn't it? It's the same as Gatwick to Antigua, really. But just all open water. We'll have a look at the different arrivals into Mauritius at some point soon, but we're going to be doing the Eptec 2 Echo arrival into Mauritius, ILS 14 Zulu. In the live chat there, for those of you watching, I've run the commands for the weather. So first one's the METAR at Mauritius, and then the second one is the terminal aerodrome forecast. So the weather throughout the next sort of 24 hours expected around Mauritius as well. So we can kind of get an idea of what the weather trend is. And that would be good for arrival planning. I've only ever flown into Mauritius twice, and out of Mauritius twice, and both times we used runway 14. Maxim, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. So as the current weather at Mauritius is 060 at 15, all the 9s, scattered cloud 1,700 feet above ground level, 26 degrees Celsius, temperature's 18, temperature's 26, dew point 18, QNH 1014. It'll be about 30 degrees in the north side of the island though, 32 degrees, most likely. A bit cooler in the south and in the centre as well. The forecast though going forwards, between 12Z and 18Z today, or 12Z today and 18Z tomorrow in fact. Mean wind is forecast 060 at 15 knots, good visibility all the 9s, scattered cloud at 1,800 becoming between 20Z and 22Z today, 330 at 5, we don't need to worry about that. Black is by far the most common approach. Runway 32 is very rarely used, but the ATR pilots coming from Rodriguez usually request it if the weather allows. I suppose it cuts down quite a bit of taxi time, doesn't it, crew breaks then? One of the things I do need to do, probably be Tuesday's live stream, just before I go back to work. We need to check out any builds Southampton. That was today's plan for the live stream today, but, and I've said it for a little while actually, we've not flown the Headwind A330 for a little bit, for quite some time in fact. I'm trying to find when we last operated it and flew it. Been a while. Crikey, it's been a very long time, my goodness. July, there we go, that's the last time we flew the Headwind A330, the 22nd of July, my god. And with the changes I wanted to see what progress has been made really, and what we can expect over the next few weeks. I thought it'd be really exciting for us to have a little look at this and fly it again. It's been a long time, I knew it had been a couple of months, that's for sure. MPS can see Madagascar ahead. Yes, there's the coast. We've never flown over here actually before, so I wonder what it looks like. It's a huge bit of land really, it's a lot bigger than it certainly looks on the map. But when you look at tiny little Mauritius, it certainly makes Madagascar seem incredibly massive. I think this was done in was it a Grand Tour? Grand Tour series? I think they did Madagascar, didn't they? Or was it Top Gear? I forget. I feel like Jeremy Clarkson or James May were doing something clumsy around Madagascar. Sato says, it's bouncy landing yesterday at Gothenburg. I was not just fighting the weather, but the plane itself. There were some massive, messy approaches yesterday, weren't there? It was quite entertaining to watch. The weather at Gothenburg was hard work. That was really tough. Grand Tour badge, that was it. I can't remember what series or episode it was though. kind of expected to have overtaken MPS Gaming by now. The A310, if they're on VATSIM, in fact I'll be able to see if they are on VATSIM actually. I'll do .aircraft. I can see their call sign and they are, but they're not. That's a shame. We'd have seen them buzz underneath us. And MPS is still another kind of 5-10 minutes. He's kind of around here somewhere ahead of us. Might overtake him the other side of Madagascar then, to be fair. I'll show you guys New Sky and our flight plan for today. Down the bottom here you can see a couple of our en route diversions. So FQBR is our first en route diversion, and then we hit this kind of segment here, the intersect point, and then our en route diversion then becomes FMMI instead. FMEE on Reunion is our diversion airport for today. Mauritius is a no-go, but I'm sure it'll be fine. And there's our significant weather charts as well. So some isolated embedded cumulonimbus up to flight level 450 detected south, but we shouldn't really have to worry about that. But this little section here, actually, isolated embedded cumulonimbus up to flight level 490 over Madagascar. We are routing through that, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And you can see this big jet stream here, huge jet stream running out south of Johannesburg. In fact, at flight level 400, look, all the way down and around there. That would be really handy actually for flights to Perth, wouldn't it? Routing onto that to kind of intercept that strong wind and grabbing a tailwind all the way to Australia. I don't see any contrails yet, MPS. Unless it's because of the lighting, I can't quite see the contrast, but you'll be up there somewhere, won't you? Can't see any embedded cumulonimbus anywhere though, even though that is on the weather charts. But the rivers down there look great. Quite excited to see what it looks like flying over Madagascar, to be fair. Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button so far today as well, appreciate that. Alex is saying, how many countries have you unlocked on Balanta? Does it tell you anywhere? Oh, in activities I think, isn't it? Countries. I have unlocked 84 out of 242 countries. So not many. Be another one knocked off today though with Mauritius. Yeah, not many. I thought I'd done more for some reason. Pretty much halfway, in fact, aren't we now? Yeah, we are halfway. Afternoon, Peter. So I'll bring up the charts generally for Mauritius. Let's have a little look here. lots of different options there. So over Flak, which is the arrival that we did, in fact, into where would we would have come from? Over Madagascar. I'm trying to work out our routing here. We did over here and down. So our routing would have taken us in via. Yeah, we would probably have done the Tibag 2 Echo, I think, into Mauritius from Gatwick, I think, potentially. And then routing in through over Flick and Flak there, straight in. But we're going to be doing the EPTEC 2 Echo, which is this one here, EPTEC 2 Echo. We could do EPTEC via Flak 1 actually, which is possibly a little bit more realistic. So I'm going to compare the two actually, we'll work out which one is going to be the most appropriate. Yeah, EPTEC brings us into the EPTEC 2 Echo brings us into Ekbal, which is there. And then we'd have to follow the RMP to runway 14, like so. That works, that'll be fine. Couple of recommended altitudes there. 8 DME 3200, 6 DME 2460, just over 2000 feet of 5 DME. At 8 DME it's a mandatory 3200. And there's the charts. The second runway's there, but it's not actually on the charts, so to speak. But it is in the sim, if that makes sense, I think, from memory. But yeah, landing on 14, nice long runway, 3,370 meters. This is where I went on holiday, Peter, yes. We vacated at Delta when we landed. And we've had the long taxi in to the centre. Now this scenery has got static aircraft in the way, so we have planned for a parking stand. I can't remember which one it is, I think 12, but I know there are a couple of statics splodged around the place with this freeware scenery that we've got, so we'll just have to play it by ear as we zip in to work out where we can park or not. The ATRs will go up here onto the stands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 remotes, and then all the jet aircraft will do the mainly 11 to 16. In fact, those of you who were in the crew group chat in Discord, I think before we flew home, it was parked, the 777 we were flying in was parked at stand 16 remote with maintenance, and then it was towed to stand prior to our departure, which I think was stand 19, which doesn't make any sense with those charts. So gate 19 is entirely different to the actual stand number, but I think it's actually stand number 9. It was, yes, yeah, it was stand number 9, but it was actually gate 18 and 17, I think, in real life, as a passenger walking through the terminal. A little bit confusing. Stand 15, thanks Doc. Ashley says, suggest doing a flight into or out of New Caledonia. It was updated with new satellite images and mesh with World Update 13 and is masking around the sea. Ashley's put pictures in Discord and also put a suggested route into it. Stunning, nice. We will do it. That's another part of the world I've not ventured around, so it'd be quite nice. Big Jet discussing Bangkok, apparently, Rab saying to Doc there, saying it's not good for spotting. I wonder what it still looks like if we go outside. Is it still a bit of a weird blob? Oh, not massively. That's still there. That's a bit weird though, isn't it, still? But they're working on all that. Can't see MPS though. MPS can see me and my contrails, but I can't see him, and he's right ahead somewhere. We are looking out for him. Nothing on Tuikas just yet. Wonderful views around though, look at that. I'm going to go and grab a drink, folks. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Maybe an in-flight snack as well. Right, jolly good. Caleb, hello to you. Currently tracking us off the coast of Madagascar on the VATSIM map. Dr. Sid Squad's been streaming from Bangkok to Mama Boomy for 5 consecutive days this week with no issue. Why has Jerry said that? Interesting, I don't know. I'll be curious to know that as well, actually, to be fair. Ashley says could do Latan Tuta to Fiji in 1.5 hours. Or Latan Tuta to Auckland in 2.5. There's also options of flying to Brisbane and Sydney. No worries, Sato. Have a good day, buddy. I suppose it depends what the airline options are there, but we've not been to Sydney for a little while, have we? I'm not sure if I've been to Sydney since getting the new computer either, the RTX 4090. I know I've got Fly Tampa's Sydney, so I would be keen to have a look at that one, I think. That's 3 hours, in fairness. But New Caledonia to Fiji might be quite nice. Fiji's Nadi, isn't it? Nadi, is it Nadi Airport? Nandi Airport? Which I think was Inibilds a little while ago. That's a lovely airport scenery. Air Kalin fly from Brisbane to Tontuta. Still can't see MPS Gaming. And I still can't see those embedded cumulonimbus that were on the forecast as well. But that's a good thing. Yeah, can't see them anywhere. Madagascar's lovely though. Ian's down there somewhere. Bloody Ripper. He's up there somewhere. Zooming about in a 737. How's he getting on? Badger's there. There he is. Turbo stick. He's up. In fact, no, he's about to take off, doing a backtrack. I was kind of hoping to see a screenshot to see what Ivato International looked like. If that potentially is stunning, actually. Look at that. It's right next to this Lake Ivato here. I wonder what that looks like in real life. Is there scenery of Antananarivo? Not sure. Vincenzo, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. You're 21 miles ahead, Osprey 598 MPS, so I think that might be why we can't quite see you there. Caleb says, can you do a flight to or from Nairobi in Kenya? We have done a little while ago actually, we did do one. I can't remember where we flew. Seychelles I think it was, wasn't it? We flew to the Seychelles. But yeah, we've not been there for a little while either. Paul, thank you very much. Welcome to you. Appreciate the support. They did pop up for me though. Interestingly enough. Sorry if I've missed that. And anyone else as well. Vincenzo's asking about the sensitivity settings for the yoke. I've just got a very linear straight line. Lantantuta has got Sierra Sim scenery. Pretty decent. Nav, welcome on board as well, new subscriber. Great to have you with us. Thanks for hitting the button. I can't see your request actually. In the... Oh, you put the request in, but it's got in lounge. It doesn't seem to have worked for some reason though. It's deleted. I can't see it in the suggestion log for it. Apparently the TFDI Design MD11 Collector's Edition, folks, for those of you who might have done that weird pre-order thing that they did a little while ago, the very original one, it's been pushed back a week due to some quality assurance items. There are going to be no Simbrief initial integration in terms of ingesting into the FMS, but it can be manually inputted. The route can be manually inputted. I'd hope so, otherwise it's just manual hand-flying VFR. Integration may be aspirational if a number of other dev sprints finish on time. Aircraft at this time handles approaches. It will get you down on the ground, quote unquote. That doesn't sound promising, does it? And is ready for point-to-point operations, which sounds like default autopilot to me. That doesn't sound that great. Point-to-point operations to me sounds like the Direct 2 bug that you had in the original FMS stuff, doesn't it? We'll see. Might be good. Autoland feature is hitting the runway a bit heavy at the moment. The sounds pack on the TFDI Design stream was an older one, so it wasn't representative of what will be in the Collector Edition or the Pre-Order Edition. I'm not sure if the aircraft itself is a bit dramatic in real life, but the call-outs... Interesting. So that sounds like it might be coming in the next maybe 3 to 4 weeks. That very original one. Rotates MD11, Alex. I think, wasn't that a pretty rubbish MD11 anyway? From what I remember people saying at the time. Slocum Tailstruck is 738. Oof. Innsbruck is as interesting as it's an old school lock approach. Yeah, Tailstruck is 738. It's too heavy on takeoff. After that, he started doing takeoff roll calculations. Always handy. Gavin says, have I flown into or out of Innsbruck? Yeah, loads of times. Never been there in person though. But yeah, in the sim, I've done it a lot. I would imagine, as you're saying there, it is spectacular. Yeah, X-Plane 11 for the Rotate MD11, isn't it? Okay. So Alex saying there that the Rotate MD11 for X-Plane users has improved a lot, so it's pretty solid. Automator also agreeing, saying Rotate had a bit of a rocky start, but it's pretty solid now. That's good. Sounds like some decent improvement from them then, actually, to be fair. Mike says, is that the one that TFDI Design's called a pre-order or whatever, but it was basically a BT? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the Rotate, no, the TFDI Design MD11 Collector's Edition, wasn't it? The Collector's Edition was the original pre-order, and then back in August, they'd then gone, oh, we need to do another pre-order to get more cash. So they've then split that into the pre-order, which is only $5 cheaper than the full price. So I would rather hold on to my cash, wait for the product to actually appear when it's good enough, pay for it, and know what I'm getting, if that makes sense. MPS is going to be near that cloud somewhere, I think. Over by here or somewhere. What we got? Great colours. Nav says, what kind of navigation add-on do I use? It's going to be, well, it's Navigraph basically. I use Navigraph for pretty much everything, and with that I then also have the AirAC update for Simbrief, that's the word. Thing that went down earlier on for a number of hours. Automator says, I can't believe Flight Sim Studio is releasing the Embraer 195 before they even get custom FMS, LNAV and VNAV in the existing 175. It just shows you, doesn't it? They're going for gimme cash, like Mike's saying, cash grab, instead of actually sorting out the quality aspect of it, because they've been saying the whole time with the Embraer 175, haven't they, that they want to create custom LNAV, VNAV, all of that kind of thing. In over a year now, I think. Has there been very much progress? No, barely any. Quite an underwhelming amount of progress, I think, for a payware aircraft that they've already charged people a lot of money for, effectively. Yeah. Bit surprised as well myself that Flight Sim Studio are deciding to release the E195 as well, sooner rather than later, before they've sorted out the Embraer 175, because that aircraft is sorely lacking in a lot of functionality, isn't it? So that it leaves a bit of a bitter taste, that kind of practice. It's a little bit Captain Sim-esque, a bit cash grab. But the sad thing is, people will pay it. People will buy it anyway. I mean, look how bad that SkySim MD-11 was that we previewed. Not previewed actually. It was on release, wasn't it? We did a first look live stream, and that was possibly one of the worst add-ons I've ever used, and that was payware. That was about 20 or 30 quid, wasn't it? It was so bad, Just Flight took it off sale at the time, based on that stream. Which says it all. Not good. Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I suppose. There are you know, the flight sim community, I guess, has been split into two with Microsoft Flight Simulator. And you'll have all the folk like ourselves that want the high fidelity, they want the rich, deep simulation and all that sort of stuff. And then you'll also have the kind of other angle of the community that don't care about the depths of simulation and the accuracy. They just want the aeroplane. They want a 737. They want an A330, whatever else. So whatever, like an Embraer, an E-Jet, they want an E-Jet, so when one gets released, they'll buy it, even though it doesn't do very much. Pete says, any sign of the Universal Flight Tablet on the PMDG range? It's coming soon, we're just not sure exactly when, but it does sound like it's almost ready. Maybe December, who knows. If I'm not They haven't put a date on it though. Cytheria says, wasn't the MD-11 like 50 to 60 euros? I think you might be right actually. Is it still for sale? Let's have a look. My god, it's 45 quid. And Just Flight selling it again. Along with all the other companies too, the resellers. Jeez. This is version 3.0 apparently. Model of the SkySim MD-11 has been completely redesigned to adopt all of the new MSFS technologies. No, it's probably just as crap as it was before. 16th of November 2022 I did that video. And funnily enough, the ratings on SimMarket, there are 28 reviews and it's 2 stars, 68 euros 40. My goodness. Let's read some of the reviews, it might be entertaining. This is a very expensive aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator and there are a tremendous amount of glitches with this product. It's a poor quality aircraft and very frustrating to program the FMS and fly. It's fine, though it's not worth the amount I spent, but they gave it 4 stars anyway. Looks great, just horrendous to fly, very clunky, 2 stars. Thomas says 1 star. Since purchasing this in November, I've only seen 1 update. At the time I bought it, there was only 1 review on YouTube, and given the price, I thought the developer was aiming for high fidelity. Funnily enough, I think it's probably my review, which was atrocious. So I'm surprised they bought it anyway. But hey ho, their fault. This aircraft is anywhere near high fidelity. In 2 months there has been 1 update. I don't see this aircraft ever reaching mediocre fidelity. In no way this aircraft warrants the $60 price tag. I don't see it ever reaching that level. Jack says 1 star. The aircraft visually looks great, however it's insanely hard to fly. It doesn't take off realistically with flaps down, and it then sits a weird trim level despite being at the correct altitude and true airspeed. It bugs out so much even when requesting pushback from cargo terminal. The brakes don't turn off. Avoid buying this and save yourself money. Nicholas 1 star, not worth the price, texture's really bad. These people all bought it after my live stream video showing how bad it is. Sounds need work, FMS needs work, texture's really bad, autopilot's wacky, far from study level. Completely useless for IFR flying, couldn't even get it to keep its electrical systems online. So bad that I've requested a refund. One of the worst payware aircraft for MSFS. It's Fenix price. It's PMDG 737 price. But it is literally like something that I could probably make myself. Yeah, that's the SkySim MD-11. Don't buy it. I said at the time, don't buy it. It's one of the worst things I've ever done. Ever used it. People still bought it. What are we talking about, Alex? The SkySim MD-11. Yeah, $60. Oof. Rip off. But because people are buying that kind of thing, other developers are going, well actually maybe I don't need to put so much work into it for people to buy it anyway. So then you'll get the likes of Captain Sim drop in hot poop onto the marketplace. Latin VFR developing really mediocre products. And then thankfully we've got people like Horizon Simulations modding the heck out of that to make that even remotely usable. Thankfully we've got the solid developers like PMDG, Phoenix and all that making fantastic payware aircraft. We've got Flyby making the incredible A330-900 for free, Headwind making this and continuing to improve it with all the stuff that we're looking at today with this work in progress, texture, remap, all the rest of it. Roland Lebois CL215 Kubrick says was rubbish as well, needs community mods just to be able to start the engines. Oof. Yeah, and I mean, that's one thing, isn't it, Cytherea? So at least Latin VFR says exactly what to expect with their product, and then price it accordingly. Slocum says he plunged €90 into the Mad Dog MD82 yesterday. I'm still not sure if it was the right value for money, but it seems very detailed. Yeah, I still struggle with the price of it myself as well. I think I still struggle with the price of that Mad Dog. It's insanely expensive, isn't it? But you're paying for the system simulation depth, which is insanely good, even though the textures and the sounds are really poor. But they said a little while ago when I asked them directly, they said that they were going to be improving that, yet they still haven't. So I'm a bit disappointed with that as well, to be fair. Noah says, what changes have they made to the cockpit? So this is a work in progress. It's an early preview of kind of some of the stuff going on behind the scenes. It's not readily available and won't be for some time either, but they basically started to redesign the flight deck entirely. So working on the walls, the systems, the panels, all of these little new switches here are going to be toggleable and all the rest of it. Although they don't do anything yet. The landing gear for the chrono there, the landing gear gravity extension, that's being worked on really nicely as well. Same with the first officer's side. A330 throttles. The animations don't match just yet, but the throttle has been stretched and redesigned to kind of look more like the A330 one, along with the engine, start mode, selector switches and all that system there. And MCDU3 does things too. Part brake's not animated. We don't have Simbrief, Simbridge online. Mauritius Centre online. Oh, it's Livingston again. He was our South Africa centre. Very exciting. 1293. This is great. We're flying in such a remote part of the world, yet we've had almost full ATC, thanks to the Sub-Sahara Africa division of VATSIM. Really appreciate that. Big thanks to them. Ian's up as well. I can see him. He's airborne. Out of Antananarivo. Oh, look at that. I bet with the FAOR scenery, that's spectacular. The backdrop as well with the hills. I wonder if anyone's done a FAOR airport scenery for that. Awesome. Apparently we've overtaken MPS Gaming. You're not on observer mode, are you, MPS? Actually, no, you're not, because I think we saw you take off. Oh, look at that. Awesome. Can't see him at all. Don't know where he is. Weird. Invisible. I'm looking, but I'm not seeing. Oh well. Back to Apravasi Gap. There's the coastline of Madagascar. Oh no, there's MPS. Got him. Aha. Right. We'll have to try and get great screenshots. We zoom over the top of him. So I'll leave the drone camera about there. A330-900 looks brilliant, doesn't it? Okie saying, in his opinion, the Mad Dog's a top tier add-on, but not worth the very high price point. But when you compare it to the likes of PMDG or Phoenix, but it's really good high quality add-ons still. Crikey Rab, you've been zooming along. MPS says I can do a handbrake turn as we do in winter in Sweden for fun. Alex asking if we're going to be doing DCS or anything like that at some point in the future. I tried DCS once or twice. I think when it got so, when one of the sim updates was so broken, I caved in and got DCS. I just found it almost impossible to get my head around the sheer amount of keybinds and everything else you had to remember. I just couldn't do it. Got an ATIS for FIMP yet? Let's find out. No. Doc, yeah. He tries to replicate the that Lotus that was on the James Bond movie that went underwater. 6 cars later, he's still trying. 1300Z for the last METARS. It's a little while ago now, actually. 050 at 10. 26 degrees, temperature's dropped off. It is evening now, though, in Mauritius. That's 6 PM. Local time. QNH 1014. So we've got a crosswind of 10 knots and a headwind of 3 knots to enjoy there. Slocum says, I just want to say that based on the Grand Tour's experience of driving in the roads of Madagascar, you've seen that episode as well then, I'm glad I'm only flying over it. Absolutely. Mayday says, is this the version 0.5 alpha? No, it's a preview 0.1 of the new cockpit rebuild. So it's like another branch, a separate branch that I've been gratefully given access to for today. It gives us all of this really nice stuff. Let's see if I can move. Oops, that's a bit quick, isn't it? Gives us MCDU3 and all this. It's only a couple of small tweaks here. MCDU3 is the biggest change, and then they're going to be doing different tranches of updates. So they're going to rework the glare shield, they're reworking the actual construction of the flight deck as well, the walls, the windows, all the switches, the systems, like the kind of the throttle size, all of that kind of thing. And then they're also going to be working on the circuit breakers behind the pilots. And they're also going to be working on the overhead panel in a future update too. Hello. got an animation loaded in there for that, but it doesn't do anything yet. I wonder if that's going to be a thing in the future. Interesting. In about maybe 4 or 5 minutes we'll be able to see MPS game. Ergie's loaded in at Mauritius. You can see the progress that they're making anyway. Mayday, that's for sure. Behind the scenes, lots of different changes. The gravity gear extension as well, for those of you tuning in. That printer as well, somebody's asked on their Discord server if the printer would be able to print stuff like the fly-by-wire A321X did ages ago, when we all joked about the printer and then they actually made it in animation. Clock sits lower in the middle too in real life, Mayday says. Yeah, this is a very, very early work in progress, so not everything's been changed. They've started to move stuff and redesign bits, but not everything has been changed. There's a couple of key tweaks and changes, but a lot of other kind of placeholders like this here. So still working on all of it, but I think Headwind Simulations are keen to show that even though there aren't major updates being pushed all the time with quite a small team, they're quite keen to show that actually even for a freeware project there is still stuff going on behind the scenes for us all to enjoy and look forward to in the future. How long it takes, we don't know. It's development after all, isn't it? It's coding and all that crazy stuff that I can't do. But it's nice to see the changes being made and the tweaks being made and stuff in the sim, isn't it? Absolutely, Ian, my favourite button in a cockpit. Big red button. Picking up on MPS's contrails now. I can't believe we've had this tailwind all the way of at least 40 knots, 90 knots initially, but now about 40 knots or so, pushing us towards Mauritius the whole way. It's been great. Mayday, yeah, that's one of the changes that they're working on. So the throttle is quite different, as you've said. The animations are a little bit off because they're still using the A320 animation detents with this really early version, but the actual throttle itself has been stretched. The engine, ignition mode, selector switches are all in new locations and things, and MCDE3. Closing in on him. Andrew, yeah, so today, good morning Andrew, we were supposed to be flying Southampton to Dublin, or Dublin to Southampton, to look at the new Unibuild Southampton Airport scenery, which was released about a week and a bit ago while I was abroad in Mauritius. But then this has come up, so we've decided to do this as a route instead, just to show you guys the progress that Headwind Simulations are making on their A330. So the stream for the ATR-72 is going to be probably Tuesday instead. We'll do so. That's really nice regional kind of hopping out of Dublin into tiny little Southampton. But then you've also got other things like out of Mauritius, we could fly to Reunion and things, small airports, so Rodriguez as well, and the ATR as an option. FlyTim, welcome as well. You said hello a long time ago. I can't remember if you said hello or not. Apologies if I missed that. None of the MCDUs work independently, Mayday, so all three of them are kind of linked with one another still. But they've only just about got it activated, so it's something they're looking to do in the future. FS Aviation, hello, yes it is. It's a very early stage of the new Headwind cockpit modelling though, so only a few tweaks. These bits here, not animated, they don't work yet, but they're there. They're redesigning the cockpit layout as well. Gravity gear extension as well. Keep repeating bits, but obviously people are tuning in at different points in the stream, so new throttle, MCDU 3, the big stretch printer down there as well. The centre console's a lot longer, isn't it? Look. Running wonderfully, looking fantastic in 4K. There he is. I do need to jump back into the FOAR F28 to be fair. That's an absolute bugger to fly though. It's hard work. Sometimes I like the ease of use in comparison with some of the new stuff. Is this being pushed for the masses soon, Mayday says? I don't think so, no. They want to redesign a number of different things first. But they reached out yesterday and said that this can all be kind of shown off a little bit in videos. You'll see other content creators bringing out videos, I'm sure, about Headwind A330 news and things like that. But I wanted to show you guys live during a stream so you can see how it's all working and the various different changes being made. Why does my drone cam always do that? Sim Update 5 changed that for me. It's never gone back since. I'm not sure when the update will be pushed, but I don't know whether or not they intend to release each update in phases. So as they finish the first bit with a couple of bits, cockpit redesigns and things, whether or not they then release that into the pre-release version for people to enjoy, while they then work on the next bit, like the glare shield redesign or the overhead panel redesign, and then push that again. And they have said once they've got the system integration and the flight deck environment and the immersion in the flight deck done, Martin there asking about the externals, they have said that later down the line they plan to increase and fix a number of elements of the exterior of the aeroplane as well, like wing flex and things too. Door wise, I'm not sure. Cabin wise, they've said that they're going to that's going to be much further down the line. They're going to get everything else sorted first in the flight deck before they start to sort of worry about that kind of thing. Matthew's asking about the Aerosoft A330. Hello to you. When will Aerosoft release their A330-900s? I don't think anybody knows really. I thought it had been coming out by now. I think it had been out by now, but progress seems a little slow on it, doesn't it? I think. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. Nick S, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. FlyTim's asking, does a 4K monitor make a massive difference to the cockpit textures, or is it more the power of the PC and the graphics settings? I think both, to be honest, buddy. Because I've got an RTX 4090 and all the rest of it, this incredibly powerful computer that I've got, I think it means, because I've also got 4K screen, I'm seeing the sim in proper 4K, and it does look wonderful. So it's a bit of a mix of both. Because I've got a top spec PC and a really nice 4K screen, then it does look wonderful. I think my drone camera's rotated again. Nick, hello. Have you ever flown with the ATR-72? Many times. It's one of my favourite aircraft in the sim. It's the Asobo one though that you buy on the marketplace for about 15 quid. That's the one that you want. There is a community version. That's rubbish. You want the Asobo ATR, and in fact it's one of the aircraft in our Osprey Airways fleet, our virtual airline. Reg Simulation says, do you know why the aeroplane nods when you land on the runway with auto brakes set at 2? To be honest, no. Last time we flew this was in July, so it's been a little while since I last flew the A330. So to be honest, I'm not sure. And Andrew, yes, we're off to Mauritius. Landing at the same airport we flew into. Top of descent in 280 nautical miles. A long old flight today, isn't it really? But we're almost there. Alex Dosovos, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Mayday saying hopefully Milviz's ATR comes out soon, since the Asobo one is a bit mid. I quite like the ATR for what it is, and it was about £10, wasn't it? $15 US. I think that's an incredible price point for what you get, and I really enjoy it for what it is. It's got its quirks, it's got its issues, and it's a little bit arcadey in the feel sometimes, but I think it's pretty good for the price point, and I really enjoy it. That ATR. I think Milviz canned the ATR, didn't they? I'm sure someone else in the live chat might know a little bit more accurately, but I'm pretty certain Milviz canned the ATR when Asobo released theirs via hands. I'd have to look into it. Badger says we need a Q400. Now that would be great, wouldn't it? Old school Flybe ops. Mayday says Milviz put it on hold but not fully cancelled. Interesting. Doc says the ATR is frustratingly slow. It is slow. It is very slow. But that's nice, because it's low and slow, but it's also an airliner, so it's like a double tick for me. You get to see the wonders of the sim, but still do a little bit of tube liner work. Automate says, I know you're not much into GA in the sim, but the upcoming Mitsubishi MU2 looks good. I'd have to Google what that looks like. MU2, Mitsubishi MU2. I still need to try the TBM 850 from Black Square by Just Flight. That has had a lot of really good reviews from the community, and it looks fantastic, to be fair. Black Square makes some wonderful products. Mitsubishi MU2. Oh, it's weird, it's like a Tecnam P600 kind of thing, isn't it? That could be quite cool for little regional island hops, couldn't it? Glass cockpit as well. Who's making that? I didn't know that was being made for the sim. Yeah, I mean the stream, as Andrew's saying there, the stream I'm pushing out to you guys is in 2K 60 frames per second if you've got the internet speed for it, but otherwise like 1080p 60 frames per second and all the rest. So the computer allows me to push out the quality as much as possible. So for those of you with the 2K systems, hopefully it's not far off 4K really. You'd be able to see some of the really nice work they've put into this. Low G, thanks buddy, loving the videos, keep it up, appreciate it. Nick says I'm new to Flight Sim in 2020. Watch some of your tutorials. I have a feeling some navigational elements are missing in the basic A320neo, such as the ADF needle, and he's trying to fly the NTB approaches. Are you on PC, Nick, or are you on Xbox? The A320neo, the basic default A320neo is really poor. So if you're on PC, you want to get the fly-by-wire A32NX, which takes the A320neo and turns it into a really nice, immersive, completely freeware A320 package. It's great. And it does a really good job to get close to realistic, as best as it can at least at the moment. Garag is when we go into the... oh no, it's not, it's all the way at Epitech. In fact, that's when we're going to Mauritius control. Yeah, a lot of default aircraft in Flight Sim, Nick, are really basic. So you'll see, in fact, pretty much all of the aircraft that you can get for Microsoft Flight Simulator, with the exception of the Inibuild's A310, which you can download from the marketplace, are really quite basic and clunky. But if you're new to Flight Sim as well, Nick, a real big warning really, don't trust all the developers that you see. And on SimMarket, don't trust any of the reviews on there, because a lot of the reviews on SimMarket are fake. A lot of the products on SimMarket are trash. So if you're not sure about how good a product is, or payware products, whether they be airports or aircraft or whatever else, if you've got Discord, then you're more than welcome to join our Discord server. You can always ask in there, I'm thinking of buying X, Y and Z aeroplane by this developer, is it any good? We can try and help you kind of make sure that if you are spending cash on add-ons, you're spending cash on the good quality stuff, not the really bad things, the really trashy kind of add-ons that waste your money. Reg says, do you think you can get my money back from MSFS for the ATR? No, you won't be able to be fair. But I really like the ATR. I paid for it. I wouldn't ask for my money back either. I think it's great fun. Andrew keeps telling Flight Deck to Sim to get a 2K monitor because he's got a 3080 GPU, runs it in 1080p. Andrew's got a 4070 RTX with a 2K 27 monitor. It's the sweet spot. It's a nice little balance there, isn't it? Cytheris says, create a website that ranks and reviews aircraft and airports. I've got a website. To be fair, I try and review the airports and aircraft via the channel. It's obviously then it's down to whether or not people watch those videos to work out whether or not anything's good or not, to be fair. Flight Sim, that's some professional level multitasking right there. Mark says, looks like the dashes are slightly different shape. Yeah, they're reworking a lot of the panels. They are, in a future update, in the future, going to rework the overhead panel, and they've started work on the circuit breaker panel at the back as well, as you can see there. New throttle, new engine control switches. MCDU3 as well is now online, so you can use that. They all linked though still, so none of the MCDUs are independent of one another, but they're all three now work as they do on the A330 for real. And you've got this stretch printer which doesn't do anything, but it's a bit more realistic layout. Landing gravity gear extension, and some more switches there for map lights, console lights and all that kind of thing. So all round some nice progress, to be fair. And this is only a very small selection of things that they've been working on. You know what we could do actually, Cythera? And I don't know if you guys watching might want to help with that, but perhaps maybe we could open it up to the channel members to have a community-based review blog on the British AvGeek website. So there could be a separate page on BritishAvGeek.com for airport reviews and aircraft reviews, and maybe once every 2 weeks or once a week I can compile community-based reviews from our channel members, put it all onto the website. Perhaps that's something a bit different potentially. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Mark saying they've done an incredible job so far. The Headwind A330, yeah, Headwind Simulations. Been working hard behind the scenes. It's very easy to forget that there's a lot of stuff going on. The ATR is great, just a little touchy on the controls, Cythera says. For its price point, it's one of my favourites kind of add-ons, I think. Hey Shutterbox, welcome buddy! It says reviews sound like an interesting idea. Andrew says apparently there's a developer working on a 727-200. That would be quite cool, wouldn't it? Old school as well. Cythera says yes, that's what I meant by reviews on the website. But yeah, as you're saying there, it would be really important. That's a really important part of it, making sure our opinions and thoughts in the reviews are actually constructive and factual. Maybe backed up with a couple of images just to kind of show what we're talking about in those reviews. Well, that's something we can maybe work on then over the next few weeks. We can begin a... I don't know if any of you wants to write a review potentially. If any of you wanted to write a review for an add-on and send it, then yeah, you'd be more than welcome to. You can send it over to me and we can work at putting it on the website with photographs or whatever else. Nick says apparently a Tupolev 154M is being worked on as well. My goodness. Mayday says the 727 is being worked on by FS Reborn and SWS. Both developers I don't really have much comms with, to be fair. Cythera says he's also managed to skip a lot of the terrible add-ons thanks to your reviews, the MD-11 being one. Good to hear. Mr. Aneurysm says, to be honest, you have made me stop buying crap add-ons with your reviews. Saved me a lot of money and time. Good to hear. Got the PMDG 737 because of your reviews, so yeah, I would love something to reference when I want to buy. Andrew says Victoria International Airport by in Canada by Roman Designs. Looks impressive. Next time it's in the sales, you'll get it. Yes, you know what? Have I bought that? I'm not sure. I do feel like I need to get that and try flying around Victoria. Canada itself is lovely. It's again a country that's not really flown around very much in flight sim. Hello Eric on the Navigraph Discord server. Just pin me going, you do know that Eptex, basically saying you do know about this, like this huge gap in my flight plan. But yeah, basically I haven't put in the arrival procedure just yet, but we'll do that now. Right, FIMP. 8 knot crosswind. ILS Zulu 14. And we want the Eptec 2 Echo arrival by Ekbal. Done. Sim Centre 1293. We there already? We've got an ATIS online as well. It's Siwusaga Ramgoolam International ATIS from Alpha. Observation time 1300 Z. Runway in use 14. Wind 050 at 10. Visibility 10 kilometers. Scattered 17. It's 26 degrees Celsius. Altimeter 19. Dew point 19. Altimeter 1014. Expect RMP 1. ILS Zulu approach. Transition altitude 4000. So from Ekbal we should have MP141, MP889 and then bigger. Perfect, that's what we've got in the box. So, for the first time ever, Mauritius Control, bonjour, Mauritius 852's past Gerag, a couple of miles to the east, flight level 410, Mach decimal 86. I forgot the heavy pre-note again.
Mauritius 852 heavy. Mauritius Control, hello, reset transponder squawk 6255.
Reset transponder 6255 for Mauritius 852 heavy.
Mauritius 852 Heavy identified flight level 410. Expect the FTEC 2 Echo arrival RNP 1 ILS runway 14.
Roger, expect FTEC 2 Echo arrival RMP 1 ILS Zulu 14 Mauritius 852.
Feedback correct.
Mauritius Center by 599. Flight level 370. Max speed about decimal 77. Inbound.
Sunset arrival, Rab, absolutely.
Sierra Delta Golf 142 miles.
101.425. There's the METAR and the live chat for you folks. Magwind 0308.
598 Mauritius control. Turn right heading 150. Squawk 6257.
Position altitude 4000.
Turn 150, squawk 62.
And interestingly on the charts, folks, look at this. FIMP. Runway 14, not used. Runway 32.
52 heavy, when ready. At the pilot discretion, descend of flight level 140. Report leaving flight level 410.
Descend when ready, flight level 140, report leaving, flight level 410, Mauritius 852. Yes, it shows not used, which is weird. There's a little omission there with the Navigraph charts, odd. But we can ignore that, doesn't matter. Right, category D aircraft, and we go for 471. In the Barrow. Full flaps for landing.
Enter 625.
Jolly good.
7 scope code. Osprey 58.
Let's check the RadNav page.
Identified flight level.
So, 1099 for the ILS.
Turn right heading 150 for departure.
Course inbounds 136. Place on VOR 1137. ELS. ELS. I'm going to manually tune this one now. 1137, perfect. No NDBs, and I missed approaches on the charts as well.
Osprey 598, expect the FTEC 2
There's Reunion.
Arrival.
Big volcano in the middle.
1 ILS Zulu.
Might have to wind the time back at this rate if it goes that dark.
Osprey 598, expect FTEC approach.
Yeah, charts. So, Ekbal into Mauritius 141, 889, 4000, and then on the ILS approach there. If we declare a go around for any reason, it's going to be runway heading to 135, waypoint Epnes, then south to 167, westbound 281, all the way around to Ekbal to rejoin the hold. It's going to be an initial climb of 4,000 feet there, Epnes max speed 230 knots, or as directed. $60 miles to top of descent. We're going to go for medium auto brake, although I think low auto brake will be fine actually. It's a long runway. We'll go for low auto brake and full reverse. Slope says a bird Reunion, epic surfing brakes, only they have sharp problem, just a bit.
Descend to Q4.
Why's the sun?
0, flight level, Osprey.
Jeez. Ah. And MPS Gaming there, he's been given an offset track over there, pretty cool. So Ekbal, flight level 60, let's just make sure that's correct. Oh.
Osprey 159er8.
MP
Turn
158.
Turn to the right. Actually, turn to the left. Heading 110.
Turning left 110, Osprey 598.
I'm going to reset that to flight level 60, ECTEC 240, ECBAL 6, MP 141, then 889. Want to be at MP 889. That's 13 DME. That's fine, 4,000. And then final approach. Bigger at 3,900. And then CPET 3,200 mandatory. That's fine, it's 3150, but I'll leave that, that's fine. Okay, top of descent in 50. We'll pop the VORs on now. Place answer's a bit too far away, but the VOR on Reunion, PRF, is only 76 nautical miles away. Been given descent of 140. So I'm just going to set that and leave it. Otherwise I'll forget. Go on the Turtle saying, what does the overhead look like? Currently that hasn't been changed yet. That's going to be in the next tranche of redevelopment that they're going to be working on. So at the minute they're doing things like the throttle, MCDU3, a few of the kind of bits around the pedestal and the walls of the flight deck.
Operation 852 heavy confirmed estimate for your start of descent.
Mauritius Feather, hello, Osprey 495, flight level 370, speed decimal 82, inbound Kierak.
We'll be top of descent in around 10 minutes, 40 nautical miles for us, Mauritius 852.
Right.
Probably a little less than that actually, 40 trips. Percent 1428. Oh no, 4 minutes. Should have just checked that. I said 10, didn't I? Might have to wind the time back a little bit to hold this sunset because it's going to get dark. The further down we get in our descent now, it's going to get really dark. So let's play with the time a little bit. We want the sunset in, otherwise it'll be pitch black and dark. TFDI design MD-11 is 88.5% done, Mayday says, with October the 24th set for the collector's edition release. We were talking about it a little earlier on though, Mayday. It doesn't sound like there's much beyond default autopilot and default FMS in the aircraft, to be honest.
Osprey 495 heavy. Mauritius control reception on the squawk 6262.
Squawk 6262 for Osprey 495.
Osprey 495 heavy identified flight level 370.
Is there? No, it's an 8 knot crosswind we've got currently.
Osprey 495 heavy, expect the EPTEC to Echo arrival.
Okay, here we go.
RNP 1 ILS Zulu runway
8 knots crosswind,
at Mauritius.
100% component.
Expect the EPTEC to Echo arrival, and the ILS RMP1 ILS Zulu runway 14 approach for Osprey 495.
Oh, what, Reunion looks fantastic, doesn't it? Look at that. Really cool.
Osprey 495 heavy, turn right, heading
Cross Siparu, no, as it says in the title and in the description for the stream, it's a work in progress preview build, something's not yet available for public release. It's just to show you guys what progress is being made in the background. Never flown over Reunion before. Certainly when we were flying in from Gatwick all the way over there, we couldn't even see Reunion from memory. There, Mauritius 852 is leaving flight level 410 for flight level 140.
Mauritius 852 heavy, Mauritius control, roger.
It was a bit early there, I was too busy looking around a few of this rapid. I've wound the time back about 5 minutes ago.
From the front deck, ladies and gentlemen, as we have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business.
Badger, very exciting.
As we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
Mauritius Center, Osprey Fahrenheit at flight level 240.
Osprey 9er, correction, 598, roger. Move back to you for sequence via FTech via the arrival. Stand by.
Osprey Fahrenheit, stand by.
First time in Mauritius for me in the sim as well. Third time in, I suppose, in total. Twice in real life, once virtually. I'm hoping landing performance wise will be okay for 7 auto brake thing. Let's find out. Runway landing distance available. I don't know. 3,000. Approach speed. Maps forward, no. Reverse, yes. Auto land, no. Runway dry. Heading 136. Slope 2. -2. 27, that's all good, that's all set. Runway elevation is 184. And our approach speed is going to be 150. Low 2933. I feel like that's not correct. Oh well, we'll see what happens. I always find this overestimates.
2472, confirm your present speed. Confirm your speed.
Current speed is .50. Would you like me to go a little bit faster?
We'll go to manual brakes anyway as we start to decelerate.
AFM increasing speed now. Osprey 2472.
Osprey 2472, report position, FTech.
AFM will report when position is at FTech, Osprey 2472.
Yes, Ethereum, you're not far wrong actually, to be fair. Fly-by-wire has a lot to do, certainly in the early days of the sim, for actually making it into what it is, because at stages, without the A320neo, with the A32NX improvements, the sim was pretty basic, wasn't it, really? And look at it now, all the different things that we get to enjoy Airbus related, thanks to the fly-by-wire. We've got this, we've got the A220 being worked on, we've got the A2NX full of course.
Can I start the descent?
You start the turn before I even tell you, actually. You should maintain heading 075 for now.
Okay, that was my Fahrenheit. I misunderstand. So I just stopped descent for Epic and the ILS approach runway 14.
Roger, when able, right turn heading 075 for sequencing.
Johan, very nice. MPS Gaming, if you're asking for descent, just say request descent. Or put it in text. So I think he thinks you're on about heading. I'm not sure why. Let's see how we're getting on here. Almost back on profile quite nicely there as well. 140 is looking good. Let's see if we can spot Reunion from behind. Your working title has definitely saved the sim. Look at that. In fact, look at that with the volcano. My goodness, that's incredible. We have to fly to Reunion. Look at that backdrop, folks.
British Control, Osprey 2472 is overhead Epic.
That is Ian.
Osprey 2472.
Right, Tim. No, unfortunately, no solution to the GSX issues.
Epic to Echo arrival. RNP 1, ALS Zulu, runway 14.
Back on the profile nicely there.
Descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Cleared for the Epic to Echo, approach for RMP 1 Zulu for runway 14, and when ready to send you 4,000 feet, QNH 1014, Osprey 2472.
It's been a long flight, but it's been a brilliant flight, hasn't it? Christopher says hello to you. I'd love to go to Reunion Island somewhere today. Indian Ocean paradise with only an EU passport and the same currency. Yes, please. Do they use euros in Reunion? I did not know that. That's incredible.
Osprey 4905, turn left, heading 095.
Turn left, heading 095, Osprey 495.
Makes things a lot easier then, doesn't it? You just take your own cash in your own wallet with you. Job done.
Mauritius 852, heavy report position at tax.
Go Wilco, Mauritius 852 heavy. Reunion equals France, not colony, but actual France. Crikey. Didn't know that. Now I might have to turn the time back again a little bit. Otherwise it'll be dark before we even get to Mauritius. I want to show you guys the island flying in daylight. It's in real life.
Pressure control, good.
Utterly spectacular.
2090 with you, flight level 370.
Yeah, I suppose you're right there, Brumalian. Paris to Reunion is the longest domestic flight in the world.
Osprey 209.
Well, actually,
Mauritius Control, reset your transponder. Squawk 6261.
Actually,
6261.
Bryce Norton
Reset
to
transponder
Ascension.
6261, Osprey 209.
Yeah, is that
Osprey 4
or Bryce Norton to Falcons?
Descend flight level 240 initially.
Descent flight level 240.
Christopher, well, the textures in the flight deck, it's a very early work in progress. This is a super raw version. Mauritius 852 heavy passing EPTEC, flight level 245.
Mauritius 852 heavy, Roger. Clear EPTEC to Echo, arrival RNP1, ILS Zulu, runway 14. Continue your descent to 4,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Clear EPTEC to Echo, arrival RMP1, ILS Zulu 14. Continue descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1014, Mauritius 852.
Mauritius 852, correct. When able, speed 260 knots.
Wilco, when able, speed 260, Mauritius 852.
Osprey 209, you identify flight level 370. Expect the EPTEC to Echo. Arrival RNT1, ILS Zulu, runway 14 at Mauritius.
Expect the EPTEC to Echo arrival RMP1, runway 14, ILS, Osprey 209.
Just helping the speed trickle down a little bit here, 1500 foot per minute, a little bit of speed brake, ground spoiler.
Heavy, turn left direct EPTEC.
Just to help the controller, it said 260 when able. Romalian says he's also read somewhere the reunion to Mauritius is one of the most expensive flights in the world if you look at the time of the flight and cost ratio. Oof. I mean, the island looked spectacular from above in sim, let alone in real life. I can only imagine. And if Mauritius has anything to go by, Reunion would be insane. 260. Happy days. Get rid of these ground spoilers. Just keeping an eye on the speed there. Just fiddling the time. Rab says this is stunning. Have you got the photogrammetry upgrades for Mauritius? The freeware ones installed, Rab. There's the first glimpse of the island in the sim for the first time. When I flew in from Gatwick, we came in from kind of up here, routing in through the descent to this kind of, right in the middle of the screen here, this little bit of jutted land there. We kind of headed over the Tamarind Falls and a few other little bits on the south side of the island. Beautiful waterfalls. They were in my short video actually that I did when I got on holiday that I put out for you guys to watch. Yeah, really nice. And then I've stayed up here, right in the middle of the screen, just about to see it, that area there called Balaclava. And then that was 4 or 5 years ago, whereas the other week we were right at the very top corner up here in this little area called Kaladin. Below 110. I should bring the speed brake out a bit more again then. Probably about 10 minutes to landing now, folks.
Osprey 209. Turn right heading 150 for sequencing.
Turn right heading 150, Osprey 209.
For the QNH. Jetty flies, it will be in the ATIS information. So when you, on vPilot, you'll see all of the controller frequencies. Right at the very bottom there's a list of ATIS for Amsterdam. In fact, I might be able to find it here. There you go. The transition level for arrival 40, flight level 40. It's all in the ATIS. Departing though in Amsterdam, the transition altitude is 3000.
2472 cross Ekbal, arrival flight level 060. At Ekbal, you're cleared for the RNP1 ILS Zulu runway 14, report established.
Pass Ekbal at or above 6 flight level 060 and cleared for the RMP1 Zulu approach for runway 14 and will call when established. Osprey 2472.
Mauritius 852, continue descent to flight level 060.
Continue descent flight level 060, Mauritius 852.
Mauritius 852, speed 230 knots or less.
Speed 230 or less, Mauritius 852. I'm going to just go to that for a second. 230 or less. 225 nearly brings us to minimum clean. We'll go to 1800 feet per minute with speed brake out still.
Right, inbound Eptech 9 miles.
Osprey
there's Ian, got light there.
Clear Eptech to Echo, arrival ILS, correction, RNP1 ILS Zulu runway 14. When ready, descend flight level 060.
When ready, descend to flight level 060 for ILS Zulu. Approach runway 14.
Little fixed ring just to help. Through 10,000, speeds below 250 as well. One landing light. Nose light, runway turn off. Lights and signs set as required. Overhead panel checked, icing as required. Auto brake set to low. Speed brake still extended. Hard brake's off, but the animation doesn't work. So even if it was on, we wouldn't see that. That's fine. And our arrival data is checked. Bring us to 1300 now. Just to help the speed come down. Slocum, yeah, I've wound the time back. Just give it a little wheel back a few times because I want to show you guys what the island looks like a little bit. And I want to see it as well.
Mauritius 852 across Egbal, Fairbow, flight level 060. Cleared RNP1, ILS Zulu, runway 14. Speed 200 knots less until Egbal near number 2.
I'll try with the speed. I'm at minimum clean currently, but cleared ILS Zulu 14 cross Egbal at or above flight level 60. Emirates A52.
Osprey 93 Timothy.
Osprey 93 to reset transponder, squawk 6253.
Squawk 6253, Osprey 93.
Chuffneck. Firm approach phase. That'll give us minimum clean.
Osprey 932, transponder 665.
Osprey 903 to identified. Descend now, flight level 240. Expect EPTEC to Echo. Arrival RNP1, ILS Zulu, runway 14.
Osprey 932, descending to flight level 240.
Jetty flies, that depend on the routing, but that should be in your flight planning. And then the controller will see that and tend to kind of
Emirates Defender Osprey 2472 is established on the localizer for runway 14.
Look at that. Mauritius.
Osprey 2472, clear to land runway 14, wind 030 degrees, 8 knots, call me after landing.
Really
clear
nice.
to land and we'll contact after landing, Osprey 2472.
Hey, lovely. My hotel's the other side of the island, Doc. I might go and have a little see if I can find it. If you guys have the freeware scenery, watch the hump on the taxiway.
Osprey 209, turn left heading 085.
Turn left heading 085, Osprey 209.
It's got a flap swap. I'm going to set S. Runway and taxiway, Rav, that's not good. Whereabouts on the runway? Look at this. Is this the freeware photogrammetry enhancement? In fact, that we're flying over right now, this here was the national park that I was in on the quad bike safari that some of you might have seen me send a picture of. That there, I was driving, that's 4,000 hectares apparently, I was driving a quad bike around that. And I stood literally here somewhere on this hill. The blue tropical water, it's all up there.
Osprey 932, right turn heading 150.
150 for 950.
Information Alpha, welcome buddy. Very good, thanks. Let's see if we go to hold S. Does it go below? It shouldn't do.
We're at top of descent, Osprey 209.
Spoilers arms.
Osprey 209, descend flight level 240.
There's the airport.
Descend flight level 240.
Oh, we've got a bit of a weird texture map thing going on.
Osprey 495 inbound Essex, request descent.
What we got here? You know what that
Osprey 495 heavy clear.
There's the other side of the island right there. In fact, that little island there is what our resort looked out onto.
P1 Island Zulu runway 14 descend. Flight level 060.
Approach mode is active. Locks also now armed. Autopilot 1 and 2
Carefully
sets.
Essex to Echo arrival. Expect RMP1 ILS Zulu runway 14. Osprey 495.
Flaps 2. British 852 heavies established 12 miles ILS 14.
Mauritius 852 heavy. Roger, continue approach. Expect late landing clearance. Call me 5 miles.
Expect late landing clearance, continue approach, expect late and call 5 miles, Mauritius 852. So I'm going to go to minimum speeds now. Flaps 3. Descent glide, slopes ready. Speed brakes low, ground spoiler is armed. Outer marker. Eight miles, full flap. Cabin check. Glide slopes captured and alive Cat 3 short. Got a music. And I'm using flight replay, flight control replay for this, so we'll get a little replay of our touchdown perhaps as well. Nabil, Emirates is going from Heathrow to Gatwick. They are.
To descend, flight level 240, I show you flight level 280.
Take off Memo's no blue. QNH is set 1014.
Yeah,
stand by that, there we go.
And to 240 now.
Emirates Tower Osprey 2472 has cleared the active runway.
Osprey 209, when able, proceed direct to Ekbal.
When able, proceed direct to EPTEC. Repeat, Osprey 209.
That's Ekbal, Echo, Kilo, Bravo, Alpha.
So is Vistara leaving Heathrow as well?
Proceed direct to Ekbal, Osprey 209.
We'll get these wing views when we get in.
Mauritius 852, heavy clear to land runway 14.
Clear land, runway 14, Mauritius 852.
1000.
Osprey 2472, taxi to the main apron via taxiway Yankee.
Flight controls.
Main apron by
Autopilot's disengaged. Gear down is 3 green. And all of our takeoff checks are set and done. Oh, gotcha, Nabil, yeah.
Osprey 598.
Yeah, Mauritius said a little while ago, about 6 months ago, that they were leaving Heathrow, weren't they? For Gatwick. They want to compete directly against
RNP1
BA's direct service from Gatwick as well. It'd be interesting to see if BA actually return the Mauritius service to Heathrow because of it. That would be great if they do. 8 knot crosswind for the approach, folks. Here we go.
260 at Ekbal. That's my Fahrenheit.
The terminal building here isn't going to be representative of the real terminal because it's a freeware enhancement and it uses various other add-ons to make it look good, but I'm not paying the FSDG for scenery because it's a really poor quality port from FSX or P3D, very lazily done by them. I'm not paying €30 for that. Check.
Minimum.
Continue. ILS glide slope's a little out, so I'm flying visually instead. Here we go, looking ahead.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10.
Little bobble, holding the flare.
5.
And reverse. 3. 300 foot per minute. Very nice. $80. We missed Charlie. We'll have to come off at Delta, which is what we expected anyway. There's our little touchdown. A little bit to the right of the centre line there.
Osprey 495 heavy speed 220 knots or less.
Speed 220 knots, Osprey 495.
Here's the new runway, which is actually a taxiway.
Osprey 8, Mauritius 852 heavy, taxi to the main apron via taxiway Yankee, parking at your discretion.
Taxi to the apron via Yankee, gate discretion, Mauritius 852 heavy, thanks for the ATC.
See you next time.
Yep. Yeah, it's doing a little bit of bobbing, wasn't it, on the touchdown there, but that's fine. Let's bring the time back a little bit. Look at this.
Mauritius 4852 heavy.
Lovely. APU. Start.
Osprey 209 are requesting further descent.
Osprey 297 descend.
Did I remove the Asobo scenery? Rab says.
Descent flight level 080 Osprey 209.
There isn't an Asobo scenery, is there? I installed all of the dependencies though, if that helps. There's a couple of statics. The Emirates is static, Mauritius is a static I think as well, so is that Condor. And that, for freeware, that doesn't look awful in comparison to what the airport actually looks like in real life. It just misses a couple of features.
Clear Ekbal ladder above 060 and clear for the
Does it stand 15 dot?
RMP1 ILS Zulu runway 14
wasn't it? GSX.
Couldn't find valid airport data
Ah.
at this position. Services are not available.
Oh well. We tried.
Osprey 932 direct to Ekbal. Cancel the arrival.
Osprey 932
We got no GSX, so it's fine. So we're coming left on hotel. Stand 13's directly ahead of us with one parked. It looks like 15's taken actually with that Condor static. So we'll take 14. Enjoy the ruggers, Mike. Turn that off. Ian, nice. Thank you very much. I'll have a little look. Is that on Volanta?
Osprey 209, turn left, heading 0.
What I'll do, folks, I'll leave the engines running and we'll close the new Skyfly to get the score as we park.
Turn left heading 030.
Yeah, no jetties on this, that's probably why.
Osprey 209.
And then we'll run the replay of our approach. So all I'll have to do is disconnect from VATSIM into observer mode.
Control Osprey 2472 is at the gate. Thanks for running the ATC tonight and have a great night. Cheers.
See you next time. Take care.
We'll have to be our own marshaller here, I think. Boom. Got him. Right, that's all good. So let's just turn our attention then first to New Sky. We'll get our score for today to see how we've done. Must be on ground stationary with engines off to close the flight. Okay. We'll turn the engines off then. APU's on bleeds. Taxi lights are off. 1 and 2 off. Enzo, with it, the scenery does the airport, but it's a really low quality port, and a lot of people have said that the photogrammetry is really awful as well, and it's €30. Here we go. Flight closed. 10. Weird that it done that though. It jumped straight back to my flights. Didn't give me the flight log. There we go, $74,000. Yummy, yummy. 10 out of 10.
Clear to land runway 14.
Beautiful route as well, isn't it? Really, really good little route that for flight sim.
Clear to land runway 14, Osprey 58.
Okay, so load the flight plan for situation, it says. MRU. Oh crap. Let me just had this mild panic then.
Correction, 598, correction, wind 030 degrees at 8 knots.
It's a shame there's no British Airways 777 parked up here. They've not done a terrible job of it. I mean, you don't want to look that side because it looks nasty, but they've not done an awful job of it. The Payware scenery from FSDG, the airport, looks a lot better. And we were at this stand in real life. Fine, there we go. Let's watch a touchdown. And once he's down, we'll then run the replay as well. So with that in mind, let's go to cameras, follow aircraft switched off. I can't find Ian's pictures now because he's gone offline on Volanta. I'll have to see him on Discord.
Mauritius 4852 cross Ekbal other above flight level 060 at Ekbal cleared RNP 1 Isla Zulu runway 14 year number 2.
Roxane, hello to you. I enjoy it.
Osprey 932 descend flight level 100.
Yeah, good luck MPS.
100 Osprey 932.
Oops. That's the grass.
Osprey 932 confirm speed.
Speed is 320 knots.
Bit of a crosswind, looks crabbing towards us.
270.
8 knots.
270 Osprey 932.
Nice consistent 8 knots though, so it makes crabbing nice. You set it and you can get a nice balance then of the aeroplane on the approach. Alternatively, the Airbus kind of does it all for you. Just point the stick where you want it to go to maintain that set line.
209 right turn heading
Boeing, not so much.
105.
Right turn heading 105.
Keep smashing the likes, folks, as well, if you've enjoyed today. And between this landing and the next, what we'll do is we'll run
right turn heading 11
flight control replay.
5115.
Which I've started already. 2,700 feet, it says.
Clarify, was that 115 or 105 or sorry, 209?
115.
Ooh, he's fast.
Turn right heading
Crikey,
115.
he's in the 737-900. Likes great though, but absolutely zooming along.
495, stable style left, Zulu 14.
Crikey.
Osprey 4905 heavy, continue approach, expect late landing clearance, wind 030 degrees, 8 knots.
Continue approach.
I think that might be us.
Late landing clearance.
It is, but it's all a bit messy.
Roger, call me 5 miles.
1,000.
Let's see if we can get both engines started.
Osprey 209, I'm heading 115 direct to Ekbal.
Okay, it is. We just have to ignore all this.
On heading 115.
That's the aircraft being a bit weird, buggy.
Wait to
recognise
set
those though.
5 Fahrenheit, vacate runway at depth.
Roger, continue
that is
that
us.
right turn and taxi
Okay,
via
so this is the approach that we had.
had.
That was the view that I had in fact as well. So if I change this to daylight.
Taxi Yankee to Apron, vacate. Thank you for service. Have a nice day. Bye.
Osprey 209 cross Ekbal, other above, flight level 060.
Other above, flight level 60.
I'm in observer mode now, so I'm invisible basically. I can still see everyone else on VATSIM, I can still hear the controller, but I'm completely invisible.
Osprey 495, 5 miles by now.
Osprey 495 heavy, clear to land,
feet.
runway 14.
So we've got another one on final.
Runway 14, Osprey 495.
Romalian, thank you very much. There's the road. Looking for the little Mauritius plane spotting dude on Facebook who stands literally right there with his camera.
Osprey 932 heavy left turn heading
touchdown
035 descend, flight level 080.
Turn left wing 035, Osprey 932 heading.
And in good time, got the next one on final. Who's flying in? Once he's down, we'll watch this touchdown, and then we'll rewind it back so we can spot our touchdown from here as well. There's the windsock, showing a crosswind. Maybe a never so slight tailwind component, perhaps 1 or 2 knots. Yeah, there are a fair few changes for us to get kind of excited about with Headwinds. They're making some really nice behind the scenes improvements to the A330-900 that we don't otherwise see, with the exception of streams like this showing work in progress, cockpit texture revamps. Only 1 or 2 little kind of key bits to show off today, but it's nice to see that progress is being made nevertheless. I'm sure you guys agree. Great to have lots of you flying along as well today on this Sunday. That's an awesome touchdown.
Mauritius 485 to heavy, continue approach, call me
Wonderful.
5 miles.
Good work. That looked spectacular. And there we are. He's managed to get off there, that's impressive. Right, so then we're going to pause it. We have to rewind it. Bosh. And we can hit play. This is our touchdown now. 8 knot crosswind. There's the touchdown zone.
Osprey
Oh,
4905. Taxi to the
That
main
did look good.
front,
That said minus
taxiway
34
Yankee
foot per minute.
parking
Bit of a landing rate there. I'll take that one.
Yankee on our gate, so Osprey 495. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Osprey 932 right turn,
Oh.
heading
Yes, look at that.
120.
120, Osprey 932 heavy.
Osprey
That's stunning.
209 at Ekbal, clear RNP 1, Island Zulu running 14.
You know what else we can
well,
watch?
clear RMP 1, ILS Zulu, runway 14, Osprey 209.
Let me just get myself out of the way.
Mauritius 4852
Next one
heavy,
in.
clear to land runway 14, wind 030 degrees 8 knots.
Yeah, we're completely invisible still on VATSIM to everybody else. Observer mode magic makes stuff like this possible whilst still being able to then watch everybody else flying along, have their little approaches.
Osprey 932 on heading 120 direct Ekbal, continue descent at flight level 060.
On heading 120, descend 060.
Confirm on heading 120 direct to Ekbal, descend now, flight level 060.
Heading 120 direct Ekbal, flight level 060, Osprey 932 heavy.
You know what we're going to do on Tuesday, folks? We're not going to do the ATR. We're going to fly into Southampton, but I think we're going to look at maybe Tromsø, or that Tromsø freeware looks astounding. So maybe we just work something into Tromsø, even an ATR there, maybe Bergen to Tromsø or something like that. And then we do Southampton a different day of the week, another time perhaps. Because that new Tromsø freeware looks absolutely, genuinely quite spectacular. Really quite incredible, and it's freeware on flightsim.to. So I reckon maybe ATR 72 Tromsø to Bergen,
Osprey 209,
something like that.
Established on the localizer, QNH now 1015.
Oh, it's an A330-900.
Localizer QNH 1015, Osprey 209.
Flying on X-plane, no doubt. Here we go, Air Mauritius. Oh, lovely. Different scenery though, so his runway scent line's probably bang on. Look at that, Morn Brabant, November Bravo Papa. One of their A350-900s. There's our aircraft there, just sat stationary in the background. What I wanted to do was capture this. Are you ready? You know how Emirates have got like that approach tail cam thing? So do we. How's that?
Osprey 209, confirm you direct to Big R.
Yeah, we are en route to Big R, Osprey 209.
It is Dash 8 opposite Tromsø dock, unless we fly Osprey.
Runway
NTC, Ian.
14, winds now
Echo November,
030
Tango Charlie, I
degrees,
think.
8 knots.
Little end at runway 14, Osprey 209.
Oh, look at the shadow there, folks, the silhouette. Wow. Kari, it absolutely is. Best looking jet in the sky, I think. Let's look at our crab as well, that 8 knot crosswind.
48.
There's the touchdown zone.
Heavy. We are taxiing Yankee to the main.
Little bit of drift there, look.
Discretion.
Nice and smooth on that correction. Happy with that. Someone else is cleared to land now. Are we doing another flight, Lucas? No, unfortunately not, buddy. How many more have we got coming in? Do we know? Slocum, Osprey 209. And Osprey 932. Okay, so we've got 2 more left. Wicked. So about 10 minutes. As a little refresh.
Direct Big R. That's the intermediate fix for the RNP 1 ILS Zulu runway 14.
Okay, here we go.
Continue descent to 3,900 feet, QNH 1015.
Probably about 5 miles now.
We're fully established, Osprey 209.
Osprey 209, Roger, clear to land. Osprey 903 to direct to Big R and continue descent to 3,900 feet.
Direct Big R. How do you spell Big R? Sorry.
Bravo India Golf Alpha Romeo.
Direct Big R and descend 3,000 Osprey 903.
Might have had a different approach input there. Once the second one's in, I'm going to see if I can get drone camera turned to maximum, and then we'll scoot all the way up to the north so I can try and spot the resort that we stayed at over the last couple of weeks, the very north side of the island. In the meantime, very briefly, while we watch him on final, we've got a few minutes until he does pop in. I hope you guys have enjoyed this work in progress. Little sneak preview of the Headwind Simulation A330-900 improvements. MCDU3 is now back, it's now on and working, although it's still linked to 1 and 2. They've reworked the throttle
going the right heading for
with the new engine control mode switches. And they're making various tweaks to the general kind of sizing and design and construction of the flight deck to make it look a lot more like an A330.
325 off 932.
Couple of tranches through the next few phases, as well as they do improve on the aircraft. Includes the overhead panel that's going to come in the future, and they're doing work on the circuit breakers on the back behind the first officer's seat there too. But I'm sure you guys will agree, some really nice improvements so far to a remarkable bit of freeware aircraft add-on too. 3 hours 30 minutes flight time from Johannesburg to Mauritius. Beautiful island where I've spent the last few weeks, and some really nice freeware enhancements for the island as well. Great show out from VATSIM, Sub-Sahara Africa Division, controlling South Africa and Mauritius as well. Massive thank you to our air traffic controllers for today. We've got 1 of 2 aircraft here left to land. Massive thanks to everyone who's flown along. Those of you who've hit the like button as well. With the live stream is going to keep running until everybody's touched down. So we'll be watching the next 2 landings, including this one here. Hope you guys have had a good time. It's an Osprey, the best virtual airline in the flight simulation world. Great little touchdown. Kinking that rear left wheel in the air. Yeah, NPS, you've done well. It's good. The controller's nice slow talking as well, like you said. Look at that. Not bad for a bit of freeware, to be fair. It's not awful. How did you find your new setup, Ian? Look at that backdrop. Imagine that on final approach. Just stunning. There's a little boat over there. And there's a little boat there as well, look at that. and some hotels on the freeway.
932 heading there, 325.
Yeah, that's cool. Did not know that was included.
3, caution 932 right turn now, heading 050 vectors. Vectors to Big R.
Nick, absolutely love it. It's fantastic.
050 and vectors Big R.
Yeah, Osprey 932 has gone completely off tangent. So what I'm going to do, because he's all the way the south side of the island, he's miles out there somewhere. I'm going to try and see if I can get to our resort. Give you a quick tour of Mauritius. This central bit here, by the way, folks, a couple of, about 1,000 feet above sea level. It's a huge, it's called Midlands, but they do a lot of tea plantations and stuff because the climate's a lot smoother, cooler, more forgiving for tea. Tea doesn't grow around the coastline because it's too hot. But a beautiful part of the island here.
Is not working, so is there a certain heading that you'd like to give me instead of going direct Big R?
He did. He gave you vectors. Yeah, Nick says on a level of 1 to gazillion, how proud are you to see your own virtual airline members land one after another? It gives me chills. It'd give me chills every time. I think I'd have to rate that at gazillion, to be fair.
Osprey 932, enable speed 185.
In fact, the skydive centre's here somewhere, if I get my bearings right. I have gone to it in the sim once, years ago. Ian, wonderful, that sounds fantastic. Very flat and green. Everything's like sugarcane plantation or a tea plantation, that kind of thing. That river there is through Rivière du Rempart, which means the skydive Austral strip. Going off tangent a little bit here. The skydive strip's here somewhere. Ah! No. I've been to it before. It's down there somewhere anyway. This is not that river. Ah, in fact, no, yeah, that's this river. So there's the triangular lake. There it is, Skydive Mauritius. That's the strip there. Just a green patch. A couple of
932, turn right, heading 1.
Little markers there, look.
Right heading 110, Osprey 932 heavy.
Which brings us to where I stayed. So that's Post de Flac, Rivière du Rempart. Now we're off towards Goodlands.
932, I show you 6 miles of the guy. Cleared R&P 1.
Our hotel looked out on
4. Report established on the local
that little island right there, which means Zilva is here somewhere. Very exciting. Fact, there it is. That's the resort. Cracking. It's so weird seeing this kind of thing in the sim. That little island there, that little this thing here. There's actually where the beach barbecue was. So there's this little float that took us from the pier area here. You have to imagine it looking a lot more tropical and a bit nicer than this. But a little like raft that took us out to that for a little barbecue during the day. It was fantastic. And then Lux Grand Gorbe, where Carlito stayed a few weeks prior, is here. Beautiful resort. This is an absolutely spectacular resort, that is. But that's where Carlito stayed a little while ago, just before I got to Mauritius. In fact, it was just around this bay here. Wonderful! How exciting! Now you guys got to see in the sim. So did I, where I managed to go. Right, back to the airport because we've got one on final. Zip, zip, zip. I didn't realise it had replayed the approach there. Chuffing heck. Is he on final yet? Oh, he is just about. I have no idea what he's doing, but he's a couple of miles out. That's exactly what I did it in three years ago, Rab, actually. When Microsoft Flight Simulator first released, the first thing I did is we went to go and see the resort that we stayed at in Mauritius.
Osprey 932, clear to land runway 14, wind 030 degrees, 8 knots.
In Balaclava. We stayed in, it's over here, where is it? So Port Louis is the city centre, or the capital city, that's what I mean. Grand-Bay, Troyes-Bouche, Bide Trombeau, what have we got here? There we go, on Crelemont Balaclava. So this resort here, there we go, satellite view maybe, that'll help. Oh, yes. There's all the resort, the lovely turquoise waters Christopher was asking about. So Balaclava, yes, that's the river. So this is the maritime resort. Look at that. That's where we stayed 4 years back. That is spectacular. Really beautiful. And you can take a little kayak. You go through this little tiny bit there, and you go up this river, up to this little section of waterfalls up here. It's really nice. Badger says, I want to live there now. I'll ask the missus. Do it. Slocum signing off. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for flying along and watching today. Part of the crew. Great flight in a part of the world I've never been to before in the sim or in real life. And all the while with a really nice route, got to see a couple of little sneak bits of improvements to the Headwind A330 as well. See what we can look forward to in the future. Really nice. Massive thank you to Headwind Simulations as well, sending it across to us. And in the next week or so as well, don't forget, or maybe in the next week or so, maybe in the next month and a half, we can look forward to that Horizon Sim Boeing 787-9. Really looking forward to that. So I'll be keep your eyes on the channel for that, folks. When we do get that sent to us for a preview, I'll be sure to run a stream straight away. We've got a route set. I've got a livery request put into the development team to see if they can get that generated in time so that it's available for the preview. Here we go, final pilot in. And Ian saying sounds like the 777 won't be too far away as well. I'm thinking January, February for the 777, Ian, to be honest. I think the Universal Flight Tablet, end of November, early December perhaps, and then yeah, January to February for the 777. That's my kind of guess. Who knows? Very exciting nevertheless, isn't it? Those of you in green, shiny green in the live chat, then head to Discord after today's live stream. You can help decide Tuesday's live stream. I'm thinking instead of doing Southampton, we do that new Tromsø freeware scenery because it looks bloody brilliant, really stunning. So I think we can come up with a nice little route there, I reckon. Either super short with a there and back, or we do a bit of a longer journey. I'll leave it up to you guys to help decide. He's down. Our final pilot into Mauritius this evening. There we are. Thank you to everybody flying along, hitting like, and all of our new subscribers, our channel members for watching all over the world. Really appreciate it, and our controllers as well. Huge thanks to everybody, and enjoy what's left of the weekend. Hope you enjoyed a little taste of Mauritius. Thanks for flying along, and I'll see you Tuesday for another live stream. In the meantime, as always, thanks for watching. I'm off to grab some dal puri, and I'll see you soon. Take care.
Osprey 9832, vacate right when able. Taxi Yankee, Alpha, Abron, okay, discussion.